Everybody, we're going to resume the evening agenda, and I want to thank everyone for their patience. Because of the fact that we're going to try to do everything we can to get to a finish line before midnight tonight, we are going to be constraining public testimony to 1 minute. My apologies to members of the community who came to speak. We'll also ask all my colleagues, for all of us, to try to be as succinct as we can, as we've got a lot of work to do. We're going to start with the general plan hearing. According to the agenda, I cannot call the redistricting item until that's the last item of the day. So I will be calling first, we'll be continuing the general plan hearing, the second cycle of 2021 from December 7th. Calling item 10.4. I see that is actually here before 10.3. I assume there's a reason for that based on perhaps Rules Committee direction. So
I don't recall, Mayor Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. I'm not sure on the rules direction. It may make sense to take 10.4 first, because then we'll do opportunity housing and SB 9 implementation next to each other.
Great.
So those two items lead into each other a little better.
Okay, wonderful. Let's call that. Those are the amendments to the general plan policy related to commercial requirements for affordable housing projects. Thanks, Chris.
And with that, I'll immediately turn it over to Michael.
Okay, let's hang on just for 1 second while we get the show live. While they're doing that, I'll introduce myself. I'm Michael Brio, Deputy Director, Citywide Planning of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. Oh, there we go. Okay. So tonight we're here to talk about Policy 512. This is one of the items in the general plan 4-year review scope of work. It's the second to the last one. Jared on my left will cover the last one for the evening for this cycle of the 4-year review. So the direction from council was to explore changes to commercial space requirements for mixed-use affordable housing developments. So there are two policies in the general plan that I should say do or did require a replacement of commercial with affordable housing. One is policy H2.9, which is the quote 1.5 acre rule. This addressing the commercial requirements was already adopted by council as part of the Housing Crisis Work Program. It was a recommendation that came out of the task force process, but it actually was made earlier by the council, and the council at staff and the task force recommendation did not require commercial as part of policy 5.1, as part of the 1.5 acre rule. So that's not before you tonight. The other policy, which is before you tonight, is policy IP 512. So just a reminder, we've been talking about this quite a bit, but policy 512 allows affordable housing projects to jump forward. Actually, this is not relevant anymore because of the horizons, but it allows affordable housing projects to move forward in villages that do not have a council-approved plan. It was a policy that came out of the last 4-year review process to facilitate affordable housing. There are some more subjective type of requirements in there. Well, this is not subjective, actually. Projects must be affordable to low-income households, 80% AMI or less. They have to be 100% affordable. They can't be mixed income. And projects should substantially replace existing commercial footage. And projects should not be located on key employment sites. Those are the two things we're going to talk about tonight. Those two things are very subjective, and one of the things that the staff are recommending is to make those things more clear and more objective, consistent with state law. So the staff, I'm going to go through the staff recommendation and the task force and the planning commission recommendation. So the existing policy says affordable housing projects should substantially replace existing square footage, commercial square footage. Staff were originally recommending that what this would be defined as is replacing 50% of the existing square footage not to be less than 3,000 square feet. The task force and the planning commission recommendation is that projects should not be required to provide commercial space, even if the site contains existing commercial uses. Staff's original recommendation also provided a better definition of what a key employment site was. As you can see here, we were eliminating the word major. I'll talk about this more in a minute. The task force and the planning commission recommendation was to delete this criteria entirely, such that every site is potentially available in an urban village for policy 512 affordable housing. I do need to note that this afternoon we received a letter from the HCD, the Housing and Community Development Department, State of California, regarding a proposed housing development on Blossom Hill Road. The letter stated that HCD's position is that the reduction or elimination of commercial space requirements is an eligible concession under state density bonus law. And the city is required to approve such concession unless the city can make specific written findings, the most relevant of which is that the concession does not result in identifiable and actual cost reductions. HCD's position effectively means that San Jose cannot require commercial space in affordable housing projects when the applicant requests that requirements be waived as a cost reduction. Given the letter that we received today, staff has updated the recommendation from the supplemental that you received, I think, yesterday afternoon. Not today, this morning, but yesterday. And this is our updated recommendation. You can see the strikeout underline. So we're not recommending, of course, that require commercial. We are recommending that affordable housing policies be encouraged to provide commercial space to further the goal of creating mixed-use, walkable urban communities with vibrant public spaces and sidewalks where residents will have a good and close access to the amenities and services that they need on a regular basis. So that's a big change from what you saw earlier today or last night. We think what's really going to be important is defining where you couldn't build affordable under policy 512. So since essentially all the sites are opened up, we think that there are key sites where there are key employment sites that are important to preserve for commercial uses, and therefore we're recommending criteria to establish what those key sites would be. So affordable housing projects as proposed by staff would not be able to move forward under this policy on sites that are 2 acres or larger, located at any major intersection, which is defined by being bounded by 2 of the general plan streets, 2 of the following general plan street typologies: City Connector Street, Expressway, Grand Boulevard, Local Connector Street, Main Street, on-street primary bicycle facility. Really important to this recommendation is that these sites need to be contained within an inventory of key employment sites, which would be proposed to be in the appendices of the general plan. This list would identify those sites that meet the criteria A or B or above and could include other key identified employment sites. This list, of course, would have to come back to council for its approval. It would also result in the need to rezone properties that are identified as key employment sites to not allow residential if they currently allow residential now. An additional recommendation from staff is that the council directs staff to further explore programs to help assist in the creation of commercial space and affordable housing developments. There's many different tools we could explore, including community development financing, institution loans, direct city financing, community development block grant funds, Measure B funds, and the creation of commercial space in lieu fees. We also recommend adding a pipeline provision that says housing projects that have submitted an application prior to December 14th, 2021, that is today, are not subject to the amendments to this policy approved by council today. I just want to note, I'm sure there's questions about if the council were to approve the criteria that limits where affordable housing could go under IP 5.2, which is sites over 2 acres and sites located at major intersections. How many properties would that leave? So currently there are almost 2,500 parcels that affordable housing project could be built on under policy 512. There are, if you eliminated 2-acre sites, that's eliminating 234 sites. If you eliminated major intersections, that's 176 sites. That would leave in a remaining of 2,076 sites that would be eligible for affordable housing under policy 512. So I just want to just kind of end this with just kind of closing out why we have the recommendation that we do have. I think it's important to be mindful for the council that the urban village strategy is to create mixed-use, walkable, great places that integrate housing and commercial. This would allow people to meet their daily needs by walking, biking, take transit, or a short drive, and provides opportunities for neighbors to meet. It's really, I should mention, critical to reach our VMT target to reduce driving. It's also important to retain a goal of building mixed-use affordable housing projects in urban villages, even if we can't require it per state law. This would give an entree for staff to then develop creative ownership and financing models to achieve this goal. It could then establish the inclusion of commercial spaces as an additional benefit to consider as part of the city's affordable housing funding selection process. And that concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And thanks again to everybody and planning staff and all the support teams, economic development, and everyone who's been working so hard on housing, and everyone who's been working on the general plan, the final general plan changes. Let's first go to members of the community. Tony?
Brian Prescott.
Okay. Hello and good evening. My name is Brian Prescott. I'm a member of South Bay YIMBY, and I'd like to register our strong support for staff's recommendations here. I'd like to thank the council for the wisdom in revisiting these rules to see if they've actually worked out and review their impacts. Remember, every unit we lose of affordable housing to these requirements is a household trying to escape or trying not to enter homelessness that we maybe have to turn away, and that shouldn't be taken lightly. I'd like to thank Council Members Cohen and Foley for their leadership in presenting their memo, and Council Members Jimenez, Arenas, and Davis for their memo. I hope I can thank the rest of you for voting yes on both of them. Thank you.
Jean Adams. Jean Adams, followed by calling user 3. Okay, I'm going to move on to calling user 3.
You know, one thing I never hear is how you're going to maintain all this low-income housing. How many years are you going to have to do it? Forever. How much? I mean, the city's going to run out of money if they want to have opportunity housing, which is for people who make a lot of money, low-income housing, which people don't make any money. Where are you going to get all this money from? I mean, Uncle Joe in Washington, he's not going to be able to give you the money you guys are going to need forever. He's going to run out of money. I mean, he's run out of his mind, actually. You guys, you know, not playing with a full deck. You guys seem to love him. Let's go Brandon, you know. But, I don't think you guys have the responsibility or the understanding of what this costs. This is big government socialism, and you guys aren't prepared. You're podunk San Jose.
Jill Borders, followed by Nicole Bucalo.
I live in the Oak Ridge Urban Village. I was so disheartened when I learned that the Catalyst building going in the urban village will be a 7-story, 100% affordable housing building. The 100% affordable housing part, that's great. I love it. I wish it was taller. But the fact is, it has zero commercial planned below it, and instead will offer 2 levels of parking garage for people to walk by and look into. This has me fuming mad. I thought that the urban mixed use concept was coming my way, that Blossom Hill Road would actually blossom. But no, as I walk by, there'll be no flower shop, no farm stand, no coffee shop, no slice of pizza, and no space for somebody like Maria Mendoza, the 17-year small business owner on Calle Willow that's fighting to stay in her commercial space. So remember that. 17 years ago, that was a vacant oat store space that now she has been able to have her dream for the last 17 years. When you have 0 spaces, you have taken away dreams.
Nicole, followed by Huascar Castro.
On behalf of PATH, People Assisting the Homeless, we're pleased to see the City Council consider changes to the commercial space requirements that, while well-intentioned, impede construction of affordable housing at the most inopportune moment. As an organization dedicated to ending homelessness, PATH established an affordable housing development arm in 2007 called PATH Ventures to complement our supportive services provision. PATH Ventures has multiple affordable housing developments in our real estate pipeline in San Jose, totaling more than 400 homes. Financing those developments and more is difficult, though necessary to confront both the causes and symptoms of homelessness. Were the city's commercial space requirements to be eliminated for affordable housing developments, the cost to develop each unit would be lower and better suited to leverage public funds. Homes and homelessness. We ask the council to adopt the General Plans Task Force's recommendation to eliminate commercial space requirements for 100% affordable housing developments to encourage the housing we need to bring all of us into stable, long-term housing. Thank you.
Huascar Castro, followed by Ray Bramson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Huascar Castro, Associate Director of Housing and Transportation Policy at Working Partnerships USA. As we all know, we are in the midst of a housing crisis affecting us locally, regionally, and statewide. Knowing that we're in a massive shortage of affordable housing. In order to address that real challenge, we need to look at all opportunities in order to address that shortage and move forward. And here lies a solution by removing commercial requirements that could be overly burdensome and really impact the feasibility of development of much needed affordable housing in San Jose. In that spirit, we would like to express our support for the memoranda put together by council members Cohen and Foley, as well as council members Arenas, Davis, and Jimenez. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comment on this matter.
Ray Bramson, followed by Tessa Woodmansee.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer, Destination Home. I'd like to thank staff for their hard work on this recommendation and many of the others. As a member of the General Plan Task Force, I sat through the task force and saw this item as the most significant to improving the trajectory of affordable housing development in Santa Clara County. That's why the task force overwhelmingly supported it with a vote of 37-1, and the Planning Commission overwhelmingly supported the task force recommendations. Tonight, we're here to express strong support from the memoranda from Davis, Jimenez, and Arenas, and council members Foley and Cohen. It's critical that we use this opportunity to eliminate commercial requirements in these developments. If we can't drive down these costs and figure out how to build housing, more and more people are going to end up on our streets. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee, followed by Blair Beekman.
Yes, hi. Well, you know, everybody's talking about that we need affordable housing, and yet there was an affordable housing development in our Garden Alameda neighborhood on Stockton and Shealy, and it was home ownership for middle income, and it was providing housing, and it was denied because of our general plan that had it to be just neighborhood commercial, not allowing any housing. But there was an exception that was allowed, and so the developer and owner was trying to develop it into housing, and it met many criterias, and it was getting a lot of support. However, the city, in its general plan for 2020, when it reviewed it, it said no housing would be allowed in in neighborhood commercial if it was too close to heavy industry because they were protecting businesses. This has to stop, protecting businesses.
Blair Beekman, followed by Matthew Reed.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. This was sort of an item, was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago? Chappie Jones asked a really interesting question. How can mixed income be a part of the future of this process? It was very nicely answered today. Well, it was answered today. The mixed income ideas may be a little bit difficult, but as we're having dialogue on the subject of mixed income, thank you. I don't know if I fully agree with what was said today, but good luck to good dialogue and continue good dialogue. ELI, VLI, and mixed income have to be important to ourselves in these considerations. And the upcoming uses of subsidy, you know, if we're going to be starting to use these for these large, rich developers, that's the wrong way to go, I feel, towards, you know, subsidies should be for low-income people. We have to be talking about ELI and VLI if you're going to be talking about development subsidy issues, if at all. Thank you.
Matthew Reed, followed by Aaron Eckhouse.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Matthew Reed, SV at Home. We are here in support of the General Plan Task Force recommendation to eliminate commercial space requirements for all new 100% affordable housing developments throughout the city. We support the council memos from Council Members Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez, and from Council Members Foley and Cohen. We believe that eliminating commercial requirements is the most high impact action that this council can take to remove city-imposed barriers to affordable housing development. We all understand the magnitude of the crisis and our related racial and social inequality. This is what is at stake, and this is the opportunity to respond. This is not a new problem, as staff has noted. Commercial requirements for affordable projects in mixed-use land designation citywide has been a recognized problem for years. The GP task force voted unanimously to eliminate the requirement. Having individual buildings in mixed use.
Aaron Eckhouse, followed by Marnie Kamzen.
Hi, my name is Aaron Eckhouse, Regional Policy Manager with California YIMBY. Associate myself with what Matthew Reed and Brian Prescott said. I think this is a great idea. San Jose obviously has a really pressing need for affordable housing, and this would remove a significant barrier to that happening. I'll also just note any site with this type of requirement for on-site commercial probably can't be used by the city and its housing element. So you're going to get a really significant benefit as well for your own housing plans to making this change. I hope you go through with it. Thank you.
Marnie Kamzen, followed by Alex Dersh.
Hi. I would like to ask the people state whether they live in San Jose or not. All the nonprofits who call in there are a lot of people who don't live in the city and won't be affected by the changes that you are considering. I moved to San Jose 15 years ago and have lived here ever since. I'm in favor of adding more affordable housing, but by allowing developers to eliminate commercial and mixed-use spaces, the community living in these projects will need to travel for services and food. I thought that this was a no-no. As a matter of fact, the housing department has stipulated that their affordable housing siting policy be in areas with lots of services, which is why they want them centralized and not spread out all over the city. I find that there are so many contradictions in the housing policy right now that it's driving me crazy. Please correct this.
Alex Dersh, followed by Gene Adams.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alex Dersh. I'm a resident here in San Jose in the Will Glen neighborhood, and I urge the council to embrace SB 9 by taking steps to make sure that the implementation is a success for San Jose families like mine. I urge the council to direct planning and housing staff to study possible incentives to create more affordability, especially for lower income homes.
I'm sorry, sir, I think you're speaking on the wrong item.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're happy to call you up on that when that item comes up.
Gene Adams, followed by Paul Soto. Jean Adams. Okay, moving on to Paul Soto, followed by Alex Shore.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Thank you for the couple of callers before. That was beautiful. That was excellent because that's exactly what's been going on in the city. Now, between 2016 and today, the threshold of affordable housing never broke 25%. It stayed steady at not breaking 25% in the same time period. The 95% to 115% of market rate housing has met those goals in that same time period. This right here, that's the core of the problem. Okay. And to think that that is not going to be a part of this conversation is scary. What's also scary is that man, Mr. Michael, that just gave that report, to think that he is in charge and he's in a position to craft the language. That language was awful. It was sorry, it was awful. And to think that you're going to come to this meeting and try to pass that off as something legitimately addressing the issues in this city, you go bamboozle someone else, but you're not going to do it here.
Alex Shore, followed by Kay Robinson.
Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. There are two key values here that Catalyze SV members hold dear. One is vibrant places for people in which homes, businesses, services, and public spaces are near each other. Another is building as much affordable housing as possible. We can have both. Let's not get caught inside the sometimes suffocating San Jose silo. In cities across America, affordable housing projects are built with active ground floors, including commercial spaces. Yes, staff's recommendation is well-informed and wise. Let's make it easier to build affordable housing. Let's also consider staff's key point about retaining the goal of building mixed-use affordable housing projects. When you talk to affordable housing developers in your district, council members, please continue to ask how they can activate their ground floors to provide essential community benefits, not just for the new residents, but also the existing.
Kay Robinson, followed by Jan Lindenthal. Kay Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Kathy Robinson with Charities Housing. We submitted a letter to you illustrating just a couple of examples of how including commercial in our 100% affordable housing developments resulted in the loss of affordable housing units and increased costs to our development. In eliminating the commercial requirement will only improve the affordable housing developments that you have and facilitate the construction of more units. We support the memorandum from Council members Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez, and Foley and Cohen, and really hope that you can support the elimination of commercial in affordable housing. Thank you.
Jan Lindenthal, followed by Kevin Zwick.
Good evening. My name is Jan Lindenthal, and I'm the Chief Real Estate Development Officer at Mid-Penn Housing. And I'm testifying this evening in support of the General Plan Task Force's recommendation to eliminate commercial space requirements for new 100% affordable developments. We've reviewed the recommendations in the memos submitted by Council members Cohen and Foley, and also Council members Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez, and agree with their recommendations. The construction of affordable housing is hard enough. The requirement for ground floor commercial space adds an additional barrier to an already difficult process, meaning that we have to seek additional resources to make our budgets balance in an already resource-constrained environment. We urge you to adopt the General Plan Task Force's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Kevin Zwick, followed by Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Hi, my name is Kevin Zwick, and I'm the CEO of United Way Bay Area. I was also a member of the General Plan Task Force, which strongly supported this policy. So I'm here to support the elimination of commercial space requirements for 100% affordable housing developments. As such, we support the adoption of the memos by Council members Cohen and Foley and Council members Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez, because these support the overwhelming recommendation of the General Plan Task Force. Commercial space, as you've heard, it becomes a barrier in many affordable housing developments because it can't be financed through traditional funding sources. So that ultimately leads to fewer developments and homes. So anything we can do to support the creation of critically needed affordable housing, we should do. Thank you.
Ms. Rayan Mendoza, followed by Vince Rocha.
Hello, yes, my name is Mirael Mendoza. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I see the hard thing that you guys got to deal here with business and affordable housing. Just to tell you my story, I have to live with 15 other people in one house just to afford rent. So just think about the people that elect you and trying to get us housing. I don't want to be displaced. We already have enough inequality in the city for us to be getting displaced. A couple of my team members we were talking about today, and they've been displaced out of San Jose, and they had to move out of the east side, Dali and King Road, and that's not fair. So please, try to work hard enough and do whatever it takes to get us affordable housing, and so that way we don't get displaced any longer. So, and we're listening. The residents on San Jose, they need to wake up more, and we need to start listening to these things. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Vincent Rocha with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. Also honored to have served on the General Plan Task Force. Calling in support of the memos to remove the commercial requirement for affordable housing developments. It is still possible to have urban villages with commercial adjacent to the affordable housing developments. So you can still have those vibrant, walkable communities that I think we all aspire to have in our urban villages. However, it is important to make sure that affordable housing is in fact feasible. And I think you've heard from the practitioners this evening that this is one way to help accelerate affordable housing development in San Jose. Thanks.
Carlin Black, followed by Rick.
Yeah, this is Carlin Black. I'm a former urban planner, and one of the real problems of development without useful space on the ground floor is that it basically people in affordable housing can't afford to drive or can't afford Uber or anything else to get to a place where they can get a sandwich or something like that. So that commercial space in the ground floor is absolutely critical to quality of life for affordable housing. I would recommend that this not be eliminated. Thank you.
Rick.
Good evening, San Jose City Council. My name is Rick LaSalvis. I am a San Jose resident. I actually live in the Shasta Hanchett neighborhood, and I'm calling to support the General Plan Task Force recommendation to eliminate commercial requirements for 100% affordable projects. I also support the memos by Council members Davis, Arenas, Jimenez, as well as Cohen and Foley. The reason that I support these memos and the General Task Force recommendation is because we need affordable housing, we need housing. The council has recognized this, and this requirement is precluding us from achieving that objective. We can realize our urban village vision without having to require every single project in a mixed-use area to have commercial. I urge you to support the General Plan Task Force recommendation and eliminate commercial requirements for 100% affordable projects as a resident and as an advocate.
Gabriella.
Hello, this is Gabriella. I just wanted to say that commercial mixed use in 100% affordable housing would be nice to have, because it's always a joy to be able to walk in your neighborhood to a small shop and be able to have a cup of coffee or a sandwich. I know I lived in Japantown for a while, and that was really nice to have, to live in an area with the mixed commercial use buildings that we have there for affordable housing, and just a nice addition into a city of San Jose that is growing and expanding, and absolutely access to providing jobs and a place for small businesses to start and grow. So thank you.
Back to council.
All right, coming back to the council, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for your work on this and the presentation. Michael Brio, you and your team as well, and all the participants that participated and spoke up today as well. The task force too. Apologize leaving them out. I know the task force had lengthy discussions on a lot of the issues, this being one of them, and appreciate their input on this today as well. I think it goes without a doubt that we know that the housing crisis now is more dire than ever before, and certainly I've seen that through my term on the council in the last 7 years. And I've embraced almost every single project, affordable project specifically, that's come in through my district, including areas that have been envisioned for mixed-use neighborhoods like East Santa Clara, Roosevelt, Little Portugal, and Guadalupe, Washington. What has made that easier to be able to support these projects has been the neighbors in those areas, those communities, embracing these projects and working with the developers to find something that they can embrace. This includes building projects that integrate into the community. And these communities mostly have existing small business corridors with businesses that have been there for generations, traditionally small businesses. And what I have heard in these instances is the community ask repeatedly that retail be included, if you're building new projects, retail be included into these new projects, not only for the new residents, but for the existing community as well. I did issue out a memo supporting a memo from my colleagues with a modification to address what I feel is a sensitivity around mixed use and commercial preservation along these specific corridors. I know now that we have this last hour letter from HCD indicating the issues there where we cannot exercise discretion to exempt particular sites. And so I taking that into account in regards to even ask on my memo, the mayor's, that may not be possible then. I do have a question for staff though. In regards to recommendation number 3 on my memo that asks staff to incentivize through the affordable housing funding process, is that something that is still legal considering the HCD letter that we just got?
Sorry, hi, this is Jackie Morales-Friend. I'm the director of the housing department. Yes, hiding underneath here. So yes, I mean, the funding is discretionary. Not everything that's going to get that is affordable needs to come to the housing department to get funding. And we have all kinds of different funding requirements that we place on our money when a developer actually accepts it. So we can certainly look to the funding to try to create the opportunity. The challenge of looking at our funding is that from my perspective, we need to ensure that there is truly funding available for the commercial site because tax credits are limited in what they can pay for. And I think we do need to have some sort of a program, as many of your memos mention, because the affordable housing developers don't have the relationship. Some do. First Community Housing has been very successful in locating commercial. I believe if we can find a path that actually creates a program, that developers would do it. To the extent that it's hard and challenging, building affordable housing is already hard and challenging, and this just adds an extra requirement. But if we can collectively think of an approach and bring the resources to the table, for sure, I think we would have opportunity.
Thank you for that, Jackie. And I would agree, and I know we heard the comments from Catalyze SV that I think we really should be striving to achieve both. And I think it benefits not only, again, the existing community, but the new residents that will be moving into these affordable housing units, that they themselves as well want a vibrant, diverse community, mixed-use community where they can access and walk to retail, whether it's coffee or lunch or to buy some groceries or something. And again, that's something that I hear repeatedly. And as you know, Jackie, we struggled but found a path forward with PATH on the North 4th Street development, where there was a large grocery store for quite some time, and then it went vacant for a while. And it was something that the community, ever since I got into office 7 years ago, that they were very interested in how we could revive that commercial space. And lo and behold, it was something that did not really appear feasible for especially that large of a grocery store in that area. And the opportunity presented itself for a permanent supportive housing development, which is something that I supported and wanted to be able to support, but I also wanted to find out how we could create some form of commercial retail in that space. And it was not something that PATH was, I think, very comfortable with at first. But we were able to figure out how we could do something, albeit smaller than the footprint that maybe the community would have hoped. But it's going to have a sufficient enough, and we went out and kind of studied as well, looked at square footage of mini marts and markets and trying to figure out what's the right size we could fit in that would still make it feasible. And I would love to be able to see how we make that easier and not make it harder on affordable housing developers. But also, again, I think achieve something that is going to be better for everybody ultimately in the long run. So I'm, as I have in practice, I will appeal to all of our affordable housing developers that in especially some of these sensitive areas, that we try and hear the request from community members in regards to including commercial or retail where possible, and that we try to make that on our end more feasible. And I'm looking forward to that opportunity. We have, I think, some good examples existing in District 3 where we've made that happen, and I'd like to see that happen more often, even if there's not an ability to require it, as my memo had initially stated, and I think as the mayors had indicated as well. So with that, I will move the memos from Councilmembers Cohen and Foley, as well as Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez. And I would like to include recommendation number 3 from my memo, which again is what I had just asked Jackie about, states direct staff to explore incentivizing commercial and retail through awarding projects applying for the city's competitive affordable housing funding, or NOFA, process with higher points. And then also to include number 4 from the mayor's memo, which talks about studying key employment sites including strategies to encourage or incentivize the development of ground floor commercial space in affordable housing projects, and he lists an A through E on opportunities, but not limited to, in order to be able to do that.
Second.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
So, Councilman Pross, just at the risk of forcing you to be redundant, just to clarify your memo, could you describe again what provisions you're taking?
From my memo?
Actually, no, I'm sorry, your motion.
Oh, the motion. So it was the 2 memos from Councilmember Cohen and Foley, and then Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez. And then from my memo, it's number 3.
Yeah.
And then from your memo, it's number 4.
Got it.
And again, I think that's due to the concerns we just heard from HCD. I don't believe we can move forward with the others.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just jump in with a quick question to staff, because I haven't yet read the correspondence from HCD, though certainly I heard about it. And I had just a basic question whether ACD really is the last word on this subject, and that suddenly all principles of urban design will go out the window because of a letter sent by HCD to jurisdictions throughout the state, or do we expect that there's going to be some ability to go to a higher authority here?
So thanks, Mayor, for the question. It's a good one. Just to sort of clarify, the letter that we received today from HCD was really providing additional context of their opinion on sort of how they approach state density bonus law, and inquiring how San Jose is proceeding with a particular project, as we've mentioned. It's not a ruling in any way. It's sort of not an official statement. So to the extent that we continue to proceed in a certain direction, they would refer that to the Attorney General of the state, and that would be the sort of next step from an enforcement standpoint.
Okay, and are we engaged in discussing this with HCD right now, or?
So part of the conversation, obviously, you know, the question that came about relative to the project is impacted by Council's decision on IP 512. So we've held off responding to HCD at this point until we'd had the ability to have this conversation with the City Council and understand what the direction is on IP 512 before we move forward.
Okay. So, and feel free, Nora, or any attorneys who want to jump in on this. I just want to understand clearly, am I right in believing this is not the final word? That is, HCD is not giving us a definitive ruling.
So I'll ask my staff to jump in on this, but ultimately it's a question of if the city proceeds further as to whether or not we would want to litigate on this right through the courts to understand sort of how we get to a resolution.
Okay.
Mayor, Nancy Klein, if I may, in talking to you, City Attorney Johnny Fan, there was an indication that it is possible to take sites out of 512, just as staff was suggesting, as opposed to a broader definition, so that we could pursue commercial-only sites.
But if those are commercial-only sites, do they then preclude any affordable housing?
That's correct. So one approach we talked to Johnny Fan, our attorney, about is that you could have a list in the general plan that cites specifically where affordable housing could not go under policy 512. Right. And in our recommendation, we define those as sites that are 2 acres or greater, sites at intersections on those general plan streets.
Right.
And those sites would actually be listed on or in a map in the general plan and make it very clear. He thought that that's a line that we probably could successfully hold under the state law, but it's still, you know, that would be TBD too as well. They may challenge us on that.
And Michael, it might be great if you put up the chart, because it showed that in doing the staff recommendation, there'd be over 2,000 sites available for affordable housing.
Right. So I guess what we're seeing from HCD is basically pushing us back to 1975 planning, which is separation of uses. Everybody get in your car. If you live in one place, go drive somewhere else. And ignore mixed-use communities, which have been the ambition of smart growth for advocates for the last quarter century. I guess it's not really a quarter century, because this is the way they used to build cities in Europe and Japan and lots of other places 400 or 500 years ago. It actually works pretty well. You actually have people living and working and having access to services all within walking distance. So I'm just kind of puzzled. I'd hate to see enshrine our general plan a policy that may change at the state level when anybody in Sacramento figures out, hey, this is really bad urban planning for cities to not encourage mixed use. And I'm just wondering, is there a way for us to comply with HCD for now, but not enshrine a rigid approach in our general plan that's going to force us to go back to the days of station wagons where we would build housing over there and jobs over here?
Yeah, I think unfortunately where state law has taken us now is if you open the window for housing, you blew it open. And there's not much you can do to say no under state law. So I think that's why our recommended approach is you have to say yes, housing here, no housing not there. If you have those key employment sites that you think should be reserved for commercial, at least in the interim till we do an urban village plan.
Right.
Then those should be identified, and affordable should not be allowed to go on those properties. And that's really the only way we can preclude affordable from going on those key sites. If we don't do that, then they could go to those sites, they could ask for a concession, and unless they can't show that it saves them money, we would have to approve that concession.
I guess I'd ask the maker of the motion if he would consider coming back with staff's recommendation for us to be able to at least take a closer look at these potential sites. I'm not thrilled because I don't think there's any great solution here, but I think for some sites that may be something we want to at least consider.
In regard to the exemption, as
Yes.
I think that how many is on the current list that you were looking at right now, staff? There could be a lot, right? There was 400 or something.
Wait, so if you
400.
on the screen right now is a list of
sorry, my screen's
sites.
not
There
working.
are
Yep,
almost
400.
2,500 sites that are eligible for 512. And if we took out the sites that are 2 acres, that eliminates 234. If we take out the sites at intersections, that's 176. It still leaves almost 2,100 sites available for policy 512 affordable housing.
And your request is to be in line, Sam, with the staff memo with those 400 plus, or no? Are you saying some portion of them?
I'd probably vote for this if I were asked today. I'm
Yeah.
guessing we'd probably want to take a closer look at some examples and maybe have it come back because we might want to refine this in some way, but
I'm comfortable with that, the latter of what you just described. I don't know if I'm totally comfortable. I don't like this either, what you're talking about. I don't like that we're having to sort of exclude these sites and say we can't do affordable at all, when what we would really like would be a mixed use, right, of the site. So I don't necessarily want to exclude all 410. I think I would prefer that we do explore that further, that opportunity. I'm comfortable with that if that's a
yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm comfortable including that into the motion if the seconder is fine.
Yes.
And Councilmember Davis said yes. Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Cohen?
Okay, well, I appreciate Councilmember Perales making the motion, so I'll just say quickly first, thank you to staff for doing the work. And I know today we had a quick change in what was brought forward, so I know that it's great that you're able to adjust on the fly and figure out what that means for us. Obviously, we all want walkable communities with mixed use, bringing together housing, jobs, transit. That should be our objective. But we're so far short of meeting our affordable housing goals that we just want to make sure we don't make it harder to build the affordable housing we need. So I'm in supportive of the motion, and just also want to point. I also like the idea of trying to incentivize commercial in some way. Figure out how we're going to make it happen or help it happen, rather than require it to happen. I think requiring it top down is the problem, but working with people to get it built bottom up is really the goal. And also thinking about usable space that's not necessarily just commercial space, but community space, community gathering spaces. I know a project that's being proposed in our district has like a library on the first floor, but there's other options for spaces that I think will be activating the space and make it good for the residents who are there and for the community, but won't make it necessarily difficult to fill through finding tenants, commercial tenants, and we know we've had a problem doing that in many of these developments, and that sometimes makes it even worse when you have intended commercial space and they end up being vacant. So I appreciate the direction we're taking, and thank you for that.
All right, Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Thank you to staff for your presentation, and thank you to the General Plan Task Force for their involvement in this and their recommendation. I sat on the task force and I was proud to support this along with, I believe, everyone else on the task force. This is long overdue that we really take a look and prioritize affordable housing. We've heard from affordable housing developers how problematic it is to be required to build commercial property, particularly when the financing component is unique, as we have heard, that they may get financing for the affordable housing project, but the financing for the commercial piece is a little bit different, and they may have to pocket those finances themselves, which makes it difficult and maybe doesn't pencil out for the affordable housing developers. So we don't want to stand in the way of affordable housing. We also want to make sure that we have vibrant, walkable communities. And so doing this in and around urban villages makes sense because urban villages are supposed to bring in livable, walkable spaces. Can I ask a question for you regarding the Blossom Hill property? Is that my Blossom Hill property on the fish market? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that was one of the areas that was real concern to that developer, that it's a 1.8 acre parcel, and they are right next to or right across the street from Oak Ridge Mall, so there's a lot of jobs availability there. That's a vibrant neighborhood already because of the commercial nearby. So making that a commercial requirement for that project really forced it to maybe not pencil out as an affordable housing project. And I've said this before, in District 9, we have a lot of affordable housing projects coming, and some of them have a problem where it's currently commercial property is vacant, commercial property hasn't been occupied or successful in years, pre-pandemic. So to put a new commercial property there doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be successful. And that's another component in when a developer is looking at building affordable housing. If they're looking at mixed use, can they get something that's going to be successful as a commercial occupant, which is what they want, and they want to activate it, as others have said. So the goal, of course, is to have mixed use so we have some vibrancy in the community. But if we can't get commercial use, and if that's doesn't make sense for the affordable housing developer, it shouldn't be an impediment that they are required to do so. So I'm really, really excited to see this go forward. It's been a while since we've been talking about this, both at the general plan and coming forward, so I will support it wholeheartedly. Obviously, I was I'm author of one of the memos, so I'm very excited to see this come forward, and I hope the council will approve it unanimously. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add, well, first of all, I think Councilmember Cohen maybe saw my notes because everything you said was exactly what I was going to say. I want to thank staff and the public commenters and the task force for all the work on this. And I completely agree that mixed use projects with convenience for the community and for convenient commercial is a really, not only a nice to have, but those walkable communities are really something we need, not only for our environment, but also for our health. So I completely agree that we should have these, but as Councilmember Foley stated, sometimes having that commercial requirement in an affordable project holds up the project, and it either doesn't happen or it takes so much longer to happen. I think it was Jackie who mentioned First Community Housing. Their most recently opened project, Lee Avenue Senior Apartments, does have ground floor commercial. They were working with a partner before the pandemic, and unfortunately, that business decided that they could not go forward during the, with post-pandemic, and are not opening, and that ground floor commercial is vacant, even though it was supposed to open with ground floor commercial. It was supposed to be a dental office, in fact. So I have a big concern about building commercial that then stays vacant for a long period of time and is just a drag on these projects, even if they can get built. So I'm glad that we're taking into account the fact that this commercial is not always feasible, and it's hard to make it work in any kind of residential development. I think we've heard that from all kinds of developers, but particularly with affordable housing where the financing requirements are really inflexible. Jackie talked about that a little bit before. I'm glad we're now talking about how we can incentivize it rather than require it. I think that's the way to go. We do want walkable communities, but I don't think we can put this on onto our affordable housing developers at this point, because we know that we're getting fewer affordable units that we desperately need because of that. So I agree with Councilmember Foley. I hope this is a unanimous vote tonight. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll be quick. Thank you to staff. Thanks to my colleagues for a thoughtful conversation. I think I'm hearing a general amount of consensus, and I certainly support the direction we seem to be going in. I had just one crazy thought, which is it possible to make this sort of policy a little more dynamic and responsive to the market? And what I mean is, could we use something like vacancy rates or average rents? Or I was thinking about Councilmember Foley's point about that commercial site that's been empty for years. And if you zoom out and look at an urban village more broadly, do we have the kind of data that might allow us to tailor this a little more finely so that we're only exempting the commercial requirement in areas where commercial demand is just really too weak to support it?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can use that approach when we come back to council, identifying those key employment sites. I mean, we're going to look at those sites that have viability, they're successful now, they have opportunities to grow. That's where we would use that sort of approach. But in terms of kind of a dynamic approach to apply to affordable projects providing mixed use, that's where density bonus would prevail and take precedent. And while we could encourage that, we couldn't require that if the developer didn't want to and they requested it as a concession. So I think that approach, that dynamic approach, would work best in identifying those key employment sites where IP 512 could not be applied.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. That's it for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis, is your hand from before? Okay. We'll go to, on Zoom, my colleagues, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the amendment and actually Councilmember Mann's idea. So I wanted to thank everybody for bringing the proposals forward. I just wanted to offer a friendly amendment to Councilmember Peralez if he could exclude the Capital Caltrans Urban Village. So the City Council just last week changed the designation of this area from an employment lands growth area to an urban village. Last week, adding an allocation of 700 new units of residential, which is a good thing. The Monterey Corridor Working Group was supportive of this change and actually brought it forward because of the incredible need for housing. But this wasn't part of that. And the Monterey Corridor Working Group is charged with looking at land use, transportation, job growth, and economic development within the Monterey Corridor. And the city has invested and is invested significant resources to do that, including a state grant for planning along this corridor. And that work, the working group is going to restart in January. And so I think that there's an opportunity here to just take some more time to do the planning work. And we just have more work to do on this piece of land that we just changed the land use last week. And so I think that there's an opportunity to be thoughtful on this, remove barriers to stimulate investment, including for affordable housing for this site. But this happened just last week, so I think it would be appropriate to exclude it.
I'll just ask that, there's no concern on us excluding that specifically?
No, no concern from staff. I just want to make sure we understand Councilmember Esparza's direction. Is it to say that under policy that affordable housing projects could not avail themselves of policy 512 to build in the Capital Caltrain station area?
Correct, until this work is completed.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so nothing's been done, right? We just changed the use. We have a grant and a planner, and the Monterey Corridor Working Group is going to start again in January. So we have an opportunity to do more work on this before we bring it back.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right. Any other?
Seconder's good with that too.
Oh, the seconder, Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Esparza, anything more?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's vote then on Councilmember Process motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to very quickly jump backward here. I'd like to, well, let me ask Tony, do I need to recall item 3.7 to change my vote?
You need to make a motion to reconsider,
Okay.
and then,
All right, here
Then you
goes. Then after I make that motion, then we have to vote again, right?
yes.
Huh. Okay, so item 3.7, apparently, somehow or another, I voted yes, even though I said to everybody I'm going to vote no.
That's all right.
And I know nobody's offended on the majority side on that one. But I'd like to at least get the votes right, if that's okay. I don't expect it will change the outcome. So I would just ask if any of my colleagues would be willing to fairly quickly make a motion
So
to
moved.
reconsider.
Second.
All right, there's a motion from Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Peralez. Let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I appreciate everyone's patience with my mistake. Obviously, I'll try to avoid voting the wrong way in the future. All right. I think we'll take up a new motion on item 3.7. For those who don't remember, this is on the project labor agreement item.
What was there?
I'm sorry, Mayor, can we just move to revote? Or do you need to
I
rehash?
think you need a motion that is some,
We
If
need
it's
to
just
rehash what the
reconsidering, I think
motion
we
was.
just vote, don't we? It's reconsidering the existing
so
motion.
somebody want to just move the prior motion? I think that'd be all you need to do, right?
Okay, I'll move the prior motion.
Okay,
Yes.
is there a second, Councilmember Cohen?
And
Second.
All right. Okay, now we'll vote all over again on 3.7.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
Mahan,
No.
Jones,
Yes.
Liccardo.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm very sorry for taking up everyone's time with that. Thank you for your patience. Item 10.3 is a general plan 4-year review focused on opportunity housing. We do have a presentation. Should we take this with item 10.5 SB 9 implementation, Chris?
So, Mayor, we actually have two presentations. We were going to separate them out. We can do
Okay.
10.3 first, and then we'll get into the sort of more technical aspects that are related to SB 9, if that's okay.
Okie doke. Is that for legal reasons we got to do that, or?
Well, this isn't really.
Okay, let's go for it. Go
We'll
ahead.
just go for it. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge Jared Ferguson, who graciously stepped in to carry the Opportunity Housing horse torch forward after the project manager left the city unexpectedly in September and made Chris and my lives a lot easier. So I want to thank Jared and Nancy. Where did she go? Okay, she left. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jared Ferguson.
Hello, Jared Ferguson, Project Manager and Housing Catalyst with the Office of Economic Development. We're here to talk to you tonight about opportunity housing within the General Plan 4-year review and also implementation of Senate Bill 9. So what is opportunity housing? Opportunity housing allows 2 to 4 units of housing on properties currently designated for single-family homes. This is also referred to as missing middle housing. The idea is to deliver more housing choices in the same form and scale of existing single-family neighborhoods. Why is opportunity housing being considered? Currently, of all residential land in San Jose, 94% is zoned for single-family homes. That is much higher than the national average of 75% of residential land in big cities that is zoned for single family. The yellow areas of the map are those designated for single family in San Jose. This shortage of land to build additional homes is one of the contributors to the housing shortage and affordability crisis, and is something that we see throughout the Bay Area. It is reflected in home and rental prices. The current median home price in San Jose is $1.25 million, according to Redfin. So on June 11, 2019, the City Council approved the scope of work for the second general plan 4-year review. This included staff recommended work items along with additional scope of work items detailed in a memo issued by Mayor Liccardo and council members Jimenez, Perales, and Arenas. Those additional work items added by the mayor and council included opportunity housing with specific parameters around the development of opportunity housing. Those parameters were to limit opportunity housing to parcels proximate to transit-oriented urban villages or immediately adjacent to residential parcels with existing medium density building types. To develop a set of design guidelines that would maintain current allowed heights and keep setbacks comparable to existing single-family homes to ensure development would be well integrated into neighborhoods. Allow flexibility on the number of units allowed per parcel that would vary based on lot size, location, and other factors. Clarify that any redevelopment remains within the discretion of the property owner. Specify that opportunity housing would be sensitive to historic neighborhoods. And lastly, validate that opportunity housing projects are cost effective. Opportunity housing was discussed at 4 of the 10 general plan task force meetings. At the December 2019 task force meeting, staff provided background information to the task force about opportunity housing. At the February 27th, 2020 task force meeting, staff provided an initial recommendation to the task force concerning opportunity housing and presented information about state legislation under consideration at the time, along with information about other missing middle housing programs in other cities. Following the interruption in meetings due to the pandemic, the item was taken up again at the July 30, 2020 task force meeting. Staff presented a modified recommendation based on feedback from the public and members of the task force. The recommendation presented a framework with specific short-term and long-term actions. The meeting was continued on to the August 20th, 2020 task force meeting. Staff further modified its recommendation based on discussion with the community. Some task force members expressed concern that the staff time and resources used to implement opportunity housing would detract from implementation of other general plan related work, such as urban village planning. Other task force members were supportive of opportunity housing, but were concerned with the limited geography defined in the scope of work. These task force members were in favor of allowing opportunity housing citywide to provide more housing opportunities and to undo historical exclusionary patterns that reinforce segregation. The final staff recommendation included a policy framework and work plan that were the result of the feedback received from the public on that earlier iterations of opportunity housing recommendations were being developed without community engagement. The 4-year review process was not scoped or resourced to provide extensive community engagement beyond the task force meeting. So based on this feedback and the limitation of what could be done, staff modified its proposal to be a work program that proposed action items that could be completed if council were to move forward with opportunity housing. This proposed work program included extensive community engagement. The staff proposal did, however, retain the initial policy recommendation on the geography of where opportunity housing should be allowed, as the geography was specified in the scope of work from the City Council. The final staff recommendation was to explore allowing up to 4 units on parcels with a residential neighborhood land use designation in areas generally half-mile walking distance around transit-oriented urban villages, taking into consideration natural, human-made, and neighborhood boundaries and on properties adjacent to existing multifamily housing types or properties designated for multifamily housing. A detailed policy framework was provided that contained additional actions, including community engagement, affordable housing incentives, a displacement risk analysis, design standards, and exploring allowing opportunity housing in historic areas in a more limited way. The task force approved the staff recommendation, but recommended that opportunity housing be considered on sites with a residential neighborhood land designation citywide. This was approved by a vote of 28 in favor and 6 opposed. The task force also passed a second recommendation to staff that it prioritize urban village implementation. This was approved by a vote of 27 in favor and 6 opposed, and 1 abstaining. Staff agrees with this recommendation on urban village work, which is consistent with the major strategy of the general plan. Following the conclusion of the task force meetings, staff engaged a consultant, Strategic Economics, to help complete item 1F of the City Council approved scope of work to validate the cost effectiveness of opportunity housing. The complete report is included as an attachment to the staff report. To evaluate the financial feasibility of opportunity housing across the city, the consultant analyzed different sub-areas in the city of San Jose to understand market strengths for different parts of the city for rental and for sale. The sub-areas were then assigned to 3 different tiers based on market strength, with tier 1 being the strongest submarkets, meaning higher sale prices or rents, and tier 3 being weaker submarkets. This first diagram shows the tiers for rental housing. In order to determine the tiers for multifamily rental, data from CoStar was analyzed. Certain areas of the city are stronger for rental and may or may not be strong markets for sale. The central sub-area, for example, includes the downtown, which is in tier 1 for rental, but tier 2 for sale. The next diagram shows the for sale tiers. Data from Redfin on single family and condo sales in the last several years was used to determine which tier a sub-area would fit into. Some areas are stronger in for sale than for rental. For example, the Cambrian sub-area is in tier 2 for rental and tier 1 for sale. The sub-areas are generalized, and there could be certain areas within sub-areas that could command stronger rents or sale prices. As one example, the area near the planned BART station might have higher rents or sale prices in the future. The next step in the analysis was to develop prototypes that represented potential multi-unit configurations under opportunity housing. The consultant developed 12 prototypes. Some configurations were tested as both for sale and rental, and others, and some just rental and some just for sale. All prototypes were tested on 7,500 square foot lots. This size was determined based on a citywide analysis conducted by the consultant. Prototypes vary in parking supplied, but all 2 to 4 unit configurations assume at least 1 parking space per unit. There were 7 configurations with 2 to 4 units. The stacked fourplex, which is a 2-story building, single building with 4 units, 1 common entrance and 2 units on each floor. It was tested as both condo and rental. A side-by-side duplex, which is a traditional duplex condo, has a similar footprint as the stacked fourplex. A side-by-side duplex in the rear yard of a single family home. So this would be a newly constructed duplex in the rear yard. It was tested as both a rental and a condo. Attached townhomes, this would be 4 attached townhomes on 1 lot, tested as a condo. And then 4 detached small lot single family units was the last one. There were additional configurations analyzed with more than 4 units. These configurations are 2 or 3 stories and have parking ratios less than 1 per unit. These were added to the analysis in order to understand if a slight increase in density would improve feasibility and affordability. These configurations were a 3-story 6-plex, a 2-story 8-plex, and a 3-story 8-plex. The last step in the analysis for the 12 models were tested using a pro forma model that calculated the project value, which is the rental or unit sales, subtracted by the development costs. This includes all construction costs plus a profit, and then calculates the remaining value. Therefore, to be considered feasible, that remaining or residual value would need to be greater than or equal to the cost of acquiring the property. There were 4 feasible configurations with 2 to 4 units in Tier 1, the duplex condo and rear yard, and small lot single family and the attached townhomes. 3 configurations above 4 units were feasible in Tier 1, the 3-story 6-plex condo, 3-story 8-plex condo, and the 3-story 8-plex rental. In Tier 2, which is not shown, the side-by-side duplex large condo was feasible, and the small lot single family. No configurations that were tested were found to be feasible in Tier 3. The report from Strategic Economics also analyzed the affordability of the configurations tested for feasibility. The chart here summarizes the findings for Tier 1. The 2 to 4 unit configurations that are feasible in Tier 1 would require tenant or owner household incomes above 120% of area median income for Santa Clara County. However, it should be noted that the 3-story 6-plex condo, the 3-story 8-plex rental, and the 3-story 8-plex condo configuration would be affordable to moderate income renters or home buyers who earn between 80 and 120% AMI. The configurations highlighted in green are those that were determined to be feasible. Tier 2 affordability is included in the full report. There are 2 feasible configurations in Tier 2, side-by-side duplex and small lot single family. Both are above the moderate income range. We also worked to add an additional calculation for comparison. At the bottom of the chart is the affordability of an average single family home in Tier 1. So just to summarize the key findings from the cost analysis, overall, there were several configurations in specific submarkets within the city where redevelopment of single-family lots into multiple units is financially feasible. However, there are still many situations where redevelopment is not financially feasible or where site constraints would prevent redevelopment. Extensive or sweeping redevelopment of single-family neighborhoods is unlikely given the findings of this financial feasibility analysis. This conclusion is consistent with the July 2021 study released by the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. A key finding of this study was that 5.4% of all single-family lots in the state would be feasible for redevelopment under SB 9. So, transitioning to Senate Bill 9, as a reminder, SB 9 requires a jurisdiction to allow at least 2 units of 800 square feet each on a single-family parcel and allows subdivision of a single-family lot into 2 lots. It also contains certain mandatory design standards such as minimum side and rear setbacks, among other requirements. However, SB 9 allows cities to adopt additional objective design standards. This could include standards to ensure new units fit better within the existing neighborhood, such as requiring front doors to be street-facing or limiting the percentage of a front facade that is taken up by garage doors. As just 2 examples. Staff is recommending development of these design standards that would be brought to the Planning Commission and City Council for consideration. Staff anticipates this effort would take approximately 1 year to complete and would include additional community outreach. SB 9 will apply only to R1 zone properties, but due to historical development and zoning patterns, many of San Jose's single-family residential properties are zoned R2, which do not qualify for SB 9. R2 already allows for the construction of duplexes on a small percentage of properties if consistent with the general plan designation and following CEQA compliance and a publicly noticed discretionary hearing process. Given the similarities of R2 and R1 zone properties, staff is recommending exploring allowing housing development types consistent with SB 9 on R2 zone properties. If no action is taken regarding the R2 zoning district, it could be easier to develop a duplex on a property zoned R1. SB 9 does not apply to sites within a historic district or on a site that is designated historic. Under opportunity housing, staff was considering allowing limited SB 9 projects on historic properties where the project would not have a negative impact on the historic resource. Staff is recommending exploring allowing SB 9 type projects on historic properties. This could include adaptive reuse of existing historic structures. An example of this would be the conversion of older, larger historic homes into multiple units. This recommendation is only to explore allowing these housing types on these properties, and the action proposed tonight does not allow any development to occur. The work would take additional time to develop and would include public outreach. Any proposed changes would be brought to the Planning Commission and the City Council for consideration. The chart here shows the 2 to 4 unit configurations analyzed in the feasibility study conducted by Strategic Economics. The next column shows if it would have been considered under opportunity housing. The next column shows whether or not it is allowed under SB 9. The next column shows the feasibility for each submarket tier. As you can see from the chart, in general, the feasible configurations would generally be allowed under SB 9. As shown on the previous chart, feasible opportunity housing configurations are allowed under SB 9 and effectively require the city to implement opportunity housing. Moving forward with opportunity housing in addition to SB 9 is unlikely to enable more housing. So with those considerations, staff is recommending that the city decline to move forward with its opportunity housing effort at the present time in order to focus on implementation of SB 9. Additionally, to direct staff to develop citywide design standards for implementation of SB 9 and direct staff to explore allowing SB 9 type housing projects within R2 zoning districts and on historic properties that do not qualify under SB 9. The Planning Commission agreed with the staff recommendation, but added a recommendation that is underlined as number 4 here to provide additional direction to staff to explore options for creating affordable housing units as part of SB 9 implementation. We would also like to note that staff has reviewed the memo from the mayor and the memo from council members Perales, Jimenez, Cohen, and Esparza, and are comfortable integrating these recommendations into the SB 9 implementation work. Staff recommends that item 1B from the mayor's memo be modified slightly to say that staff would develop objective standards based on the guidelines of your old house. We would also recommend that the SB 9 implementation work be added to the housing crisis work plan. With that, that concludes my presentation. Representatives from the city's consultant, Strategic Economics, are also available on Zoom if there's any additional questions.
Thank you, Jared. Thanks for all your work, and particularly for jumping in at a critical moment to help the team. I'll overlook the fact that planning stole Jared from our team first, but anyway. Let's go to the public.
Brenda Doman, Sandra with opportunity.
I did, that's true.
Yeah, so Brenda Doman and Sandra, then Deborah Piram and Brian Prescott. They're all present in the chambers, so just come down in no particular order. First person, the microphone begins.
Thank you for your time this evening. I'm here speaking today as a board member of Families and Homes San Jose, a 100% local-based, citywide, grassroots coalition with only volunteer members. I am also here to present a letter signed by over 4,000 San Jose residents and to represent those residents as well. This letter states, excuse me, I'm emotional. Dear Mayor Sam Liccardo and San Jose City Council members, I am writing to you today to oppose the proposal that would eliminate single-family zoning throughout San Jose. This proposal would forever change the character of San Jose neighborhoods by allowing a single-family home to be demolished without community input or public hearing and replace it with up to 6 housing units. Before our neighborhoods are irreparably changed citywide, San Jose should consider and continue to implement the existing Envision San Jose 2040 San Jose plan. I'm going to finish. Please forgive me. We request the suspension of opportunity housing.
We have uniform rules. You can submit it to the clerk, and we're happy to take it. Thank you very much.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Brenda Doman. The Families and Homes San Jose Coalition requests that the passage of the SB 9 urgency ordinance include protections for our single-family home neighborhoods by number 1, making SB 9 development limited to 4 units, and number 2, subject to the same existing single-family home development standards that have been governed residential development in our city, specifically maximum heights of 30 feet, 2 stories, minimum FAR of 0.45, where this does not conflict with SB 9, and 20-foot rear lot setbacks for second stories. We ask that the urgency ordinance also include a requirement that all SB 9 development be subject to the same fees that currently apply to all single-family development in the city. We as a city should be cautious in the implementation of SB 9. At a future date, as we learn more, then modifications and relaxation might be considered. Thank you for listening to our voices of our grassroots coalition members comprised of 27 neighborhoods.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, woo. First time ever been here. Thank you very much. My name is Deborah Pirum, and I live in Palm Haven, a designated conservation area in District 6. Hi, Deb. I can't tell you how much it hurts my heart to know that my son will never or will have to leave the Bay Area to own a home. Most of us agree that having more housing is imperative for the health of our community, with SB 9 being a great start. And I strongly oppose the recommendation to explore including historic and conservation districts as part of SB 9 at this time. The number of houses in historic districts is a small fraction, and if only 5.4% of the properties are eligible, that's a huge impact into conservation areas like Palm Haven. I appreciate your memorandum from Mayor Liccardo recommending that guidelines be put in place so that the look and feel can be maintained, but why the rush? Once you open Pandora's box, it can't be closed. And once these areas are lost, they can't be rebuilt. Let's make sure that we really understand the effects of SB 9 before including them into these historic and conservation.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Brian Prescott. I'm a member of South Bay YIMBY. I'm here to ask you to vote yes on my future by making SB 9 a success here in San Jose. My point of view is that I'm working on the scrimping and saving part of the American dream. I've got my career, I'd like to raise a family someday, and I'd like to build a home for them. I saw the numbers on the screen, and these measures would give me a fighting chance. So a yes vote tonight is a yes on the future of San Jose. It's a yes on people like me who are working hard to build a life for ourselves. And to me personally, it's a yes on that family I'd like to start. Thank you very much.
Jean Adams, followed by Paul Soto. Jean Adams. Paul Soto, followed by Tobin Gilman.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. This conversation is just baffling to me. In March, Councilwoman Arenas checked Dev Davis on trying to get in the Shiel district, trying to get that district designated a historical landmark site. And she checked her, and how she checked her was telling her that I don't think that this is, that we should be, we need to be very aware and cognizant of what it is that we are calling historic and what are we going to give protections, because we can be perpetuating and not sensitizing people to the results of the redlining that occurred in that particular district. I mean, to hear this woman talk about Palm Haven, I have the document of Palm Haven that was used in order to protect that neighborhood. It was nothing but racist policies in 1939. Okay, you think you're going to get away and we just don't acknowledge the redlining map, don't acknowledge it, and then it's just gonna like float away and it's gonna go away. It's not gonna happen. Not on my watch. You need to put that red.
Tobin Gilman, followed by Margaret Ma.
Hi, I'm speaking to support the Planning Commission's unanimous vote to discontinue work on opportunity housing. And my comment reflects the sentiments of the following neighborhood associations in 8 of San Jose's 10 council districts that have formally issued the same recommendation to Mayor Liccardo and members of the council. Eden, Lynbrook, Murdoch, Winchester, and Orchard neighborhood associations, Santa Teresa Foothills and Coyote Creek neighborhood associations, Julian, St. James, Vendome, and Northside neighborhood associations, and the Nagley Park Campus Community Associations, Berryessa Citizens Advisory Council, Penitentiaria Neighborhood Association, District 6 Neighborhood Leadership, North Willow Glen, Rose Garden, and Willow Glen Neighborhood Associations, District 8 Community Roundtable, Cooser Woods Coalitions, Thousand Oaks, Duerma Neighborhood Associations, District 10 Leadership Coalition, Santa Teresa Foothills, Orchard Creek, and Greystone Park neighborhood associations. And I also urge you to accept the Planning Commission's unanimous vote to pass an urgency ordinance limiting SB 9 to 4 units subject to current R1 design standards. Thank you.
Margaret Ma, followed by Corey Smith.
Hi, I'm Margaret Ma. I live in the Palm Haven Conservation Area, and I generally support the principles of SB 9. We do need more affordable housing. However, I think in the conservation areas, they should be exempt initially, and the historic districts initially, until we see how SB 9 plays out and how it might impact neighborhood character. And then if it turns out that it works out pretty well, these resources could be added later and opened up to SB 9 development. But once it's gone, it's gone. And I really think we should just wait and make sure that they don't irreparably change the character of the neighborhoods before implementing in historically sensitive neighborhoods. Thank you.
Corey Smith, followed by Elaf Yusuf.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Corey Smith on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We were supportive of opportunity housing and think it's a good idea to pursue all opportunities to expand the benefits of SB 9. The greatest relative growth in California from a housing production perspective is happening in the Central Valley. And the results is more people driving from their new homes through San Jose to jobs in the peninsula in San Francisco. And that means a lot more traffic, which is awful for the environment. And it's making our housing problem worse and making the lives of future generations harder. I certainly trust that all of you have the knowledge and desire to make a difference. And if you think climate and housing affordability is a serious problem, we ask that you respond with a serious and equivalent solution. Please try to solve this problem in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Elaf Yusuf, followed by Pancho Guevara.
Hi, my name is Elaf Yusuf, and I am the Housing and Economic Policy Analyst at United Way Bay Area. I'm calling in today to urge you to support the equitable implementation of SB 9 because if done correctly, SB 9 can create new housing opportunities, more inclusive communities that are racially and economically diverse by promoting housing options in resource-rich neighborhoods for families that may not have been able to afford it otherwise. And in implementing SB 9, to really get the most out of it, we urge Planning and Housing Department staff to study a broad range of incentives and additional programs that could create opportunities for more affordable homeownership without undermining SB 9's feasibility. And we also agree with the staff recommendation for expanding SB 9 in R2 zone properties, knowing that to really advance equitable housing for SB 9, we have to do this in single family zone neighborhoods. Thank you.
Pancho Guevara, followed by Ali Rico.
My name is Poncho Guevara, representing Sacred Heart Community Service. We support the recommendations of the San Jose Neighborhoods for All Coalition and support the vision and approach of the memo from Councilmember Perales. Staff's recommendation to move to implementing state law SB 9 is appropriate, but that doesn't mean our work is done. When the vast majority of our city, 94%, is walled off for people if they don't have incomes over $200,000 a year, we have a serious problem. The fact that this gross inequity has been maintained by city policy is frankly a moral failing. Let's be clear, single-family zoning is functioning here exactly as it was designed to maintain racial and social divisions and unequal access to housing, certain neighborhoods, and intergenerational wealth accumulation. We at Sacred Heart, we're looking forward to a fuller public discussion and accounting for the legacy of these policies and their lasting impact. The passage of the state law should not be seen as a resolution to these issues, but an opportunity for correcting our past failings in the pursuit of equity and social justice. Laws don't solve problems, they're tools to make our communities better. Commit to making these new homes affordable.
Ali Rico, followed by Aaron Eckhouse.
Hi, my name is Ali Rico. I'm a former San Jose resident and former San Jose City employee who left the city due to a lack of missing middle housing in the city. I'm calling in to support the staff recommendation for SB 9. SB 9 is not, in fact, as some council members believe, a one-size-fits-all policy. In fact, single-family zoning is the one-size-fits-all policy, and it is not working for hundreds and hundreds of people that live in San Jose today. Residents in San Jose need and deserve a variety of housing choices in their neighborhood. Please support the staff recommendations before you tonight.
Aaron Eckhouse, followed by Salim Damerji.
Hello, my name is Aaron Eckhouse. I'm the Regional Policy Manager with California YIMBY. Yes, in my backyard. We're proud to be members of the San Jose Neighborhoods for All Coalition, and we're proud to be lead advocates for SB 9 in the legislature, where we receive support from every legislator representing San Jose. I think you also should be proud of the SB 9 implementation policy before you. It's a credit to city staff. It's a credit to the planning commissioners you all have appointed. I think it will be to your credit as well. This is a chance for San Jose to lean into the opportunities presented by SB 9 to help meet the city's urgent housing needs and to expand those opportunities so that they are available in more neighborhoods and for more people at more levels of affordability. I think the staff recommendations and the planning commission recommendations and the memo from council members Perales, Jimenez, Arenas, and Cohen is a really good start on making this policy a success in San Jose, and I hope you'll continue to commit to that. Thank you.
Salim, followed by Catherine Hedges.
Hi, yeah, I'm Salim. I wanted to second the comment just made by Aaron Eckhouse and Ali Rico. The recommendations in front of you are great. And for me, as someone who, is a fairly young, out of college Bay Area resident, I constantly look around and see my friends deciding between whether to live at home or move out of the state. And opportunity housing is an opportunity for young families to get a foothold into the Bay Area. So I'm really thankful that the city is being proactive here and trying to expand the pie as much as possible so more people can be residents of San Jose. Thank you.
Catherine Hedges, followed by Buford Barr.
Good evening, Council. Yeah, I think staff has done a great job preparing all of this information, and I hope that having some information that we're not going to see huge swaths of the single family neighborhoods converted to multifamily housing overnight, that it just isn't going to happen. It's not feasible, and it's going to be for the missing middle people, the people who are commuting from the Central Valley for jobs, like teachers and nursing and firefighting, and all these people who have responsible jobs in our community, and we need them to be here. But they can't do the work remotely, or they're going up to the city to do those kind of jobs, and they're clogging up the freeways and emitting all kinds of pollution, using so much energy to commute.
Buford Barr, followed by John Norse.
Yes, this is Buford Barr, 36-year resident of San Jose. My concern is opportunity housing, but I'm also concerned about the total loss of single-family zoning in San Jose due to SB 9 or eventually opportunity housing. So I really encourage you to pass an urgency ordinance that will constrain SB 9 to 4 units and have it abide by the existing single-family development standards. I also encourage you to drop opportunity housing as the Planning Commission has so rightly recommended. And then finally, with all we have going on in the politics, let's go to General Plan 2040 and build urban villages near transit and infrastructure, and the job will be done. Thank you.
John Norse, followed by Ruth Callahan.
I looked down from heaven to see the house my wife and I built being sold to a developer. You see, my children didn't want to live in San Jose any longer. The shuttle bus from the neighborhood parking structure was always late. The new fourplexes on both sides were blocking the solar panels and views of Mount Hamilton and The backyard trees and grass that cleaned the air and soaked up the rain were gone. Neighborhood children had no back or front yards to play in, and power outages, generator fumes, dumpsters in flooded streets, overloaded sewers, and low water pressure were just too much. Even the city realized their opportunity housing idea had done nothing but create more angry taxpayers, but it was too late to correct. As I shouted to my children, "I love you," I awoke myself from that terrible dream. Thank you.
Ruth Callahan, followed by Allison Singalani.
Good evening. I'm Ruth Callahan, president of the Cooser Woods Coalition Neighborhood Association, representing approximately 1,500 households in the Cambrian area, Dentwood, Southbridge. Our community will be devastated by the implementation of SB 9. So we're asking for the passage of the urgency ordinance. I would prefer it to be unamended, to limit the minimum number to 4 units per existing parcel. I'd like to see, well, our association actually would like to see SB 9 development subject to the same single family development standards that have governed residential development in San Jose. We beg you to instruct the staff no more action on opportunity housing and stop the theft of my generational wealth, my 40 years of equity, 12-hour workdays, straight commission. Please.
Allison Singalani, followed by Matthew Reed.
I'm Allison Singalani with the San Jose Neighborhoods for All Coalition and a 20-year resident of San Jose. The coalition was formed to remove barriers to building a community of inclusion where everyone can live, work, and thrive and support opportunity housing. But with the passage of SB 9, the state has eliminated exclusionary single-family zoning, allowing 2 to 4 new homes per lot and taking measures to prevent displacement, a major step forward for San Jose and communities throughout the state. For this reason, San Jose Neighborhoods for All supports staff's recommendation to pivot from the General Plan Task Force's recommendation for citywide opportunity housing to the successful implementation of SB 9. Now we ask Council to direct a separate study of subsidies and incentives to expand SB 9 affordability in the design guidelines timeline, explore integrating SB 9 into existing design guidelines for historic districts, ensure urgency ordinance language does not create barriers to this opportunity, and implement SB 9 in ways that take full advantage of the opportunities the law presents to meet San Jose's housing needs.
Matthew Reed, followed by Anno Odisho.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council and City staff. Matthew Reed, SV at Home. We are a member of the San Jose Neighborhoods for All Coalition. We're pleased to be here tonight to support staff's recommendation to move to implementing SB 9. We're also pleased to support the memo from Councilmember Perales, Jimenez, Cohen, Esparza, which focuses on embracing these new opportunities, doing the work of expanding feasibility and increasing access, inclusiveness, and opportunities to figure out affordability, homeownership, and rental opportunities for the full range of city residents. All of us have a stake in this, and all of us, the whole city, must be included in this discussion as we move forward with permanent design standards and project specifics. We believe there is an opportunity to get beyond the division, fear, and exclusion, to do the work, maybe the hard work, to model a different way, one which embraces inclusion and expands opportunity.
Anno Odisho, followed by Trevor Wu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ano Ilodisho. I'm a member of South Bay YIMBY, Common Ground, California, an organization focused on housing, transit, and land taxes, and a resident of District 10. I support exploring all opportunities to expand SB 9 and pursue opportunity housing. I'm an Assyrian, and many of my family left religious persecution in Iran. Were able to settle here in San Jose because at the time, the houses were affordable. My mother could only afford living in Almaden after finding one of the smallest houses there in the 90s. SB 9 helps people unlock the potential of their land instead of a forced down, heavy-handed, top-down approach of mandating single-family zoning. Why require people to live in those homes if they don't want to or can't afford them? There's only so much land in San Jose, and you'll run out at some point if you limit that density and affordability. Please don't prevent future Syrians from being welcomed and housed here into a growing community. We don't have a country to call our own, so we have to build our community wherever we can. Vote yes on my future.
Trevor Wu, followed by Carlin Black.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I would like to encourage the council to support any ways to expand SB9 and create as many housing units in San Jose as possible. So San Jose is the largest city in Santa Clara County and houses the majority of people. And a recent alarming news report came out saying that there were less than 1,000 houses for sale in the entire county of over 2 million people. So the housing crisis is dire and it's supported by a lot of math. So I urge the council to find ways, including opportunity housing, continue that, just to create as much housing units in San Jose as possible. It'll benefit the region greatly due to San Jose's size and centralized location. Thank you.
Carlin Black, followed by Colin User 4.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Colin Black, San Jose resident for 20 years and retired urban planner. The only people in favor of SB9 are slumlords who will be happy to turn the poor areas of San Jose into slum housing for the service people for the whole peninsula. I hope the council will use all available means to impede SB9 implementation outside of a half-mile distance from urban villages and transit corridors. Make permitting of SB9 projects as difficult as possible, protect all historic distance. And I don't know enough about COPA to comment, but it seems to be a tool to discourage slumlords from preying on the less advantaged people in our community. Please. Thank you.
Colin User 4, followed by Marnie Kamzen.
You really think building more housing in this area is going to save on water and electricity like we're being rationed now? You know how many gallons of water it takes for construction to build all these things, whether it's the urban village or these ridiculous ADUs? You got to remember, San Jose is a place where you can't have a flagpole over an inch tall, specific requirements for your shed. And now all of a sudden they're going to...
I'm sorry, there's no use of expletives. Thank you, sir.
Marnie Kamzen, followed by Tessa Woodmansee.
Hi, I've lived in San Jose for 15 years. I oppose doing a study of SB9 in historic and conservation areas. This goes against the very reasons why these districts were originally created, and they are assets to the entire city. These historical and conservation areas have a total of 3,780 homes, of which perhaps 200 might be densified according to Turner. Citywide, the census says that there are approximately 342,000 housing units, which could yield over 20,000 housing units under SB9. Please focus where the most gain can be realized. Why spend money on a study and consultants' fees and staff time on such a tiny potential increase in density? I hope that you vote for the urgency ordinance to limit development to 4 parcels and also to continue to exclude areas the original bill excluded. Areas can always be added in, but never downsized because of SB 330.
Tessa Woodmansee, followed by Shiloh Ballard.
Thank you, Tessa Woodmansee. Yes, when Deb Davis, rails against this Proposition 9, whatever it's called, SB 9, she says, oh, it's noise and pollution. And, those are real issues, yes. And that's where we really need to be having a comprehensive noise ordinance and pollution controls, which we don't have here locally. And so, that's something that needs to be brought in. And yet, she's willing to, put commercial hotels into our residential neighborhood, which will bring noise and pollution. And so obviously, we're not playing fair in terms of the quality of life of our neighborhoods. And even, when you talk about, commercial uses and, mixed use and walkable neighborhoods, we don't have that either because we have, so much traffic and so much death on our streets. And you're not addressing that. You're not creating home zones where it's no through streets.
Shiloh Ballard, followed by Jean Adams.
Hi there, Shiloh Ballard, longtime San Jose resident. It's just absolutely amazing hearing some of the comments here. It's hard not to be tempted to respond to all of it in a snarky way, but I just wanted to say I grew up in West San Jose in a pocket of affordable housing, a fourplex in the midst of single family homes. That gave me access to one of the best high schools in the nation, Lynbrook High School. And that's so important. And I attribute that to my success today, amongst other things, like having a wonderful mother. I also wanted to just say that I live in the St. Leo's neighborhood. Across the street is a garden apartment. On the corner is a garden apartment. I'm surrounded by opportunity housing. Nobody's terrorizing me. Everyone loves living here. It's a wonderful neighborhood. We need more of this. Thank you.
Stephen G., followed by Tammy S.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen Geyer. I'm a renter here in the Garden Alameda area of San Jose. I'm calling in to support the staff recommendation and the swift implementation of SB 9 to its full extent. Since moving to California 5 years ago in San Jose earlier this year, I'm really disheartened by the skyrocketing housing costs and the lack of what anyone could reasonably call a starter home. As other commenters have said, SB 9 is not a one-size-fits-all, but really is a bottom-up approach to allow for incremental change in neighborhoods. I implore the Council to limit any additional requirements and layers of bureaucracy that would slow down implementation of SB 9. Don't add more burden to people who want to realize the full value of their property. This is an opportunity to build additional housing across the city and will provide more options for renters like me, and even more so for those less fortunate than me, to hopefully plant more stable roots in the community. I thank you for your time.
Tammy S., followed by Kiyomi Honda Yamamoto.
Hello, I am a resident and voter in San Jose. Unlike many of those getting paid by special interests to support opportunity housing tonight, please discontinue the city's work on opportunity housing and pass the urgent ordinance to limit SB 9 to 4 units only. Do not touch the historic neighborhoods. And to the young man who called in, hey, you know what, in my neighborhood, most people have to be like 40 years old and very established in their careers to be able to buy a house. And urban villages is the way with affordable housing, near transit. And that's the way for young people who are just out of college to start out here in San Jose. Because opportunity housing does not guarantee affordable housing, but urban villages will. Do not ruin single family neighborhoods, and please follow the 2040 general plan. Also, the 94% number is wrong. The city knows it. The percent of single family homes in San Jose is only about 63%. So please correct your.
Kiyomi Honda Yamamoto, followed by Ben Leach.
My name is Kiyomi Yamamoto, and I am a fourth-generation San Josean and the lead housing policy attorney for the Law Foundation. We are supporters of San Jose Neighborhoods for All, and we thank the staff for the recommendation and for the leadership shown from council members Peralez, Jimenez, Cohen, and Esparza. We were excited to see the passage of SB 9. However, because there is no affordability requirement attached to it, it is now up to you to ensure that none of our neighbors get left behind during this implementation process. As you consider this important issue, keep in mind we are not talking about housing. When neighborhoods blanket reject multiplex housing, we are rejecting the people who live in those homes and the intent of the Fair Housing Act, thereby historically perpetuating the rooted segregation patterns. We therefore urge you to lead the effort to expand affordability, both for affordable homeownership and rent, to the local implementation of SB 9. Thank you.
Ben Leach, followed by Carol.
Thank you, Ben Leach, Executive Director of Preservation Action Council of San Jose. We are in support of the staff recommendation to do what is necessary to implement SB 9, but to move cautiously on expanding that to historic districts. That is not to say that that is inappropriate. We think there is logic to that, but the working definition of what a historic resource is very much up for debate. And I think when we say historic district, everybody has a different thing in mind, and we really need to get on the same page before we move forward. Older and historic neighborhoods, designated or not, are already contributing immensely to our existing housing stock that is affordable, that is walkable, that is dense, all the things that opportunity housing is intended to do. The danger is the unintended consequence of incentivizing the loss of those for market rate housing that is not going to continue.
Carol, followed by Doris Lavezzi.
Hi, my name is Carol Herzog. I'm a 40-year resident of San Jose. I am extremely concerned about SB 9 and how it will affect San Jose. I believe that we need to do an urgency ordinance to restrict what is allowed under SB 9 to the absolute minimum. I agree with previous speakers saying it could be a Pandora's box. We just don't know what we're going to have out of it. Maximum of 4 units should be no more than 4 units on existing parcels and should follow same existing single family development standards. And the height should be no more than 30 feet and should have 20 feet setbacks for 2-story homes. Also, the opportunity housing needs to be abandoned since SB 9 is basically doing it. And it is better to have the density in the urban village where we can maintain our green environment.
Doris Lavezzi, followed by Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Good evening. I'm Doris Livesey, a 50-year resident of the Murdoch Neighborhood Association in District 1. We're in favor of the urgency ordinance to limit SB 9 to 4 units as proposed by the city staff and approved by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Ms. Rayan Mendoza, followed by Alex Shore.
Yeah, I'm Israel Mendoza. I'm a San Jose resident. We need opportunity housing. This is what I was talking before. See, if a lot of people keep doing what historically they called in District 6, it's not historically for us as Spain. Do you understand that? Okay, that's not historic. That's historic racism. That's historic redlining. That needs to stop. Opportunity housing gives you an opportunity. Can you see the word? Can you read it? People, can you see it? Okay, just single house, come on. We need more housing. A lot of people are gonna get displaced. Understand that for reals. Listen, you guys are very smart up there and know what they're doing. Go for opportunity housing, okay? And don't listen to the lady from District 6, okay? You're not nice, lady. You need to be nicer to people, okay? And not think about only the wealthy and homeowner people, okay? Think about the renters and the backbone of this city, okay? Listen.
Alex Shore, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Hey, this is Alex speaking personally tonight. I live off the Alameda, and when I walked down the neighborhood of the St. Leo's area, I see duplexes and triplexes and quadplexes sprinkled seamlessly throughout the neighborhood. I see people walking and taking public transit. I see younger folks and I see older folks. I see people who have more resources and people who have less. And this is the kind of city I want to see in San Jose. I want a community in which everyone is welcome and everyone has an opportunity to live here. For too long, we have excluded folks by not allowing more housing, and we've got to change that, and we can. And we've already got these beautiful homes in our neighborhoods. They will be okay. They will be great in the next generation. Let's set aside our fears, put out our hopes, and build a city for everyone. Thank you.
Jordan Grimes, followed by Kira Kazantzis.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a local housing advocate here tonight in strong support of the staff recommendation and the quick, timely implementation of SB 9, including expansion to historic zones. As others have noted, the extremely high percentage of land in San Jose zoned for single-family homes, the single most expensive type of housing, locks out a wide swath of people from living in the city's many wonderful neighborhoods. Allowing multifamily homes everywhere in the city will allow not only for a broader, more diverse pool of residents into those neighborhoods, but also let city residents at risk of being priced out stay in place and keep communities intact. Please, please, please tonight put the characters of the neighborhood ahead of concerns about neighborhood aesthetics. Thank you so much.
Kira, go ahead, followed by Gerald Giles.
We're speaking as a single-family homeowner in the Market Almaden neighborhood. And I agree with what Alex just said and with what Shiloh just said, which is that we should not be scared of including housing of all types in our neighborhoods. In my little neighborhood, which is historic and lovely and friendly, we have duplexes, 8plexes, single-family homes, 20plexes, and we have actually huge, dense apartment buildings on the corner. And it's all great. Our neighborhood is friendly and safe, and we all interact with each other, people of all sorts. I think preserving the single-family neighborhood in Amber is not our future. Let's build housing for all. Thanks.
Gerald Giles, followed by Edward Saum.
Yes, my name is Gerald Giles. I live in District 1, and my neighborhood consists of people from the Far East, from Russia, from India, and all over the world. It is not there's no discrimination except for economic discrimination. So really to address this issue, let's really push urban villages. That's where you can get the big change in home availability, not through opportunity housing and not through SB 9. I think the best way to go is urban village, and please support the emergency ordinance that has been presented to you. Thank you very much.
Edward Saum, followed by caller 4379.
Edward Saum, long-term renter and resident, and the Shasta-Hanchett Park Neighborhood Association's Planning and Land Use Director. This summer, I termed out after 6 years as the chair of the city's Historic Landmarks Commission. SB 9 goes into effect on January 1st. What's been missing from the mudslinging coming from both sides are the specifics of PBCE's recommendation to extend SB 9 lot splits to historic properties and districts. It's been 20 years since any real changes were made to the historic resources inventory. Through correspondence with PBCE staff and the mayor's policy team, it's clear that there is a lack of consensus on even basic definitions of historic preservation terms within city policy. The only responsible choice is to approve the bare bones SB 9 urgency ordinance with the direction to staff to explore the specifics of implementation within historic districts and to individual historic structures. The mayor's memo is well intentioned, but the level of specificity has not been thoroughly fleshed out yet. The terms of implementation cannot possibly be discussed at any coherent level of detail this evening, given that the current guidelines are less than clear.
Caller 4379, followed by Roma Dawson.
Hi, I'm a 29-year resident of San Jose, a 31-year-old Chicano, and local government worker for 8 years. My parents grew up behind Tropicana and met at Overfelt High. My family and I grew up all on the east side and the south side. Over the decades, I've seen most of my family displaced to the Central Valley, Tracy, Livermore, Modesto. Many of them were also public employees, working as teachers, a high school counselor, a postal worker, etc. Most of them face the super commute into San Jose because of their jobs. I myself don't qualify for low-income housing or the Empower Down Payment Assistance Program through the Housing Trust because my income is barely considered middle income. I certainly can't afford the going rate of $750,000 minimum for a single-family house, and I'd like to stay in this community that I've known and contributed to all my life. I hope the city makes it easy to implement and build under SB 9, including zoned areas like R2 and historic districts that aren't included.
Roma Dawson, followed by Jean Adams.
Thank you. I am speaking tonight as an individual and not wearing any of my other many hats. I want to make sure everyone understands that I am a resident of San Jose in District 1, and I've previously lived in Districts 3 and District 6. In all those locations, I've been surrounded by many different types of housing, and I always felt like it enriched the neighborhood. I'm not going to add to the many excellent comments that have already been made in support. I just want to remind you all that fundamentally, we're talking about combating climate change. Increasing housing stock, yes, but if we don't have sound infill policy, how on earth will you ever meet the goals of Climate San Jose and save the planet. And notice how many young people are speaking up in support of this policy. I am not young, but I still support it strongly. Thank you.
Cam Coulter, followed by Mike Sodergren.
Hi, I'm a San Jose resident. I'm a renter in the lovely Oak Grove neighborhood. I think SB 9 is a great law, and I was really excited to see it pass. I think this sort of gentle density duplexes and fourplexes is really important to help create more home ownership opportunities for the middle class, maybe folks like me one day, and to help desegregate our city. So please direct city staff to study a broad range of incentives, subsidies, and additional programs to help create more affordability in SB 9 projects. Please support an extension of SB 9 to neighborhoods zoned R2 and explore how it could work in historic districts, many of which already have this sort of housing exactly. I think SB 9 is a great opportunity to build more gentle density in our city. Thank you.
Mike Sodergren, followed by CK.
Mike Sodergren, PAC San Jose. As has been stated by Ben Leach, we fully back productive approaches to the creation of affordable housing, and in particular, if anything can be done to fix the structural and historic equity issues that are real. Unfortunately, SB 9 does not seek to achieve any of that. There are no strategies specified for it. There is only a mandate to protect the property developer to build at right without community input. Given that the city is mandated to sign off on building permits on 1/2/22, an all-out effort on developing design standards across the city that will take less than a year, hopefully, to develop needs to be made. Thank you.
CK, followed by Kelly Snyder.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Chetan Kulkarni, and I've been a resident of San Jose for almost a decade and more than that. My main question to all the members is that you always talk about opportunity housing, but you never talk about why not limit overseas foreign cash investment, which are actually leading to this main reason of being priced out by all the people. So if you tackle that problem, that would really bring the cost down. You never talk about implementing that on the people who are actually bringing these kind of overpricing, and you are pushing the people who are actually living. We have paid $1 million. We have $1 million loans on our houses, and we are trying to stay here. So why should we be giving opportunity to others to build these type of houses around our place? And the other thing is, if you are limiting to historic districts, if you want to ruin the city, then ruin the whole city. Just don't keep specific pockets around it. So please keep the city safe, and please do that as a first priority.
Kelly Snyder, followed by Gerald Giles.
Hi, thanks. Kelly Snyder. I'm a member of the board for SV at Home and a professor at San Jose State. I live in the Garden Alameda. I've owned a historic home here for about 20 years now. And I want to remind you all that the R2 zoning that is not officially included in SB 9 absolutely should be in the city of San Jose's implementation. Strongly support including any R2 zones. If you think about it, it's difficult to introduce new kinds of land uses. We're seeing the division around opportunity housing, for instance. We've already agreed that the R2 zones are a great place to have more than one house. So it's very logical and sensible to simply make sure that SB 9 is implemented to the fullest, and that includes all the R2 zones. Thank you so much.
Gerald Giles, followed by Dan S.
Yes, I live in the D1 neighborhood, district rather, and I would urge you to pass the emergency ordinance that puts limitations on SB 9. I think we need to think a little more clearly and thoroughly about what we will be doing to the single-family neighborhoods, which may have started out as race-based and all of that, but certainly today the discrimination is simply economic. If we want to get a bang for the buck, We want to get rapid development of more housing units. We really need to go ahead with the urban village concept. So please consider these issues, the emergency ordinance that will put limitations on SB 9. So we have some bit of stability and control, and then implement urban villages. Thank you.
Dan S., followed by Julie Engelbrecht.
Hello, I am a 30-year resident of San Jose, and I urge you to vote on the urgent thing to limit SB 9 to 4 units. Please do that. Furthermore, as we implement, we need to make sure there is standards for off-street parking. It's woke and trendy to pretend that if we don't have parking spaces, the planet will be saved and people won't drive. Actually, people will drive and they will double park and they'll get in fights. I grew up not knowing the children across the street because my parents had a long-term parking dispute with the neighbors. So parking disputes are toxic. They destroy our community. And hey, it is the minority people, the non-white people, the poor people who get it the worst. Just look at the tough parts of town, and that's where the cars are jammed up and the streets are clogged. Kids can't play basketball. You know, let's have some quality of housing when we implement. It's not exclusionary, it's just humane.
Julie Engelbrecht.
Hi, my name is Julie Engelbrecht. I'm a 25-year owner of a 102-year-old duplex in a historic district. I'm urging you to forget about opportunity housing and focus on the build-out of the urban villages that you spent so much time approving. SB 9 requires some finessing that you have the power to adapt. It doesn't require affordability, and once upzoned, it can never go back. And by including historic districts, you incentivize rich developers to quietly buy up properties to demolish and build poorly designed projects. We're already seeing this in our neighborhoods. Historic conservation districts already contribute far more than just single-family units. They include duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and small apartment buildings, and yet you have no accurate inventory to determine this. So don't add a blanket that will smother the organic and intrinsic development without any oversight. Thank you.
Gregory Braley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Sorry about that. I similarly, as the past several callers, would like to request that you put whatever limits possible on SB 9 and drop opportunity housing. Similar to what others have said, I think just blanket opening up the entire city to multiple units is not the right answer. I understand we're in a housing crisis. We need to address that. But just blindly opening up every single location across the city to multiple units is not the right answer. It ignores environmental impact, it ignores traffic congestion, it ignores a slew of issues. We can be smarter about it. We can be smarter about where we densify and where we put additional housing. I realize that the city council's hands are somewhat tied on SB 9 because of the statewide measure, but whatever limits we can put on it, we should make sure that we're doing that. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Tony. Councilmember Prowse.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you to staff for your work on this. And Jared, thank you as well for stepping in. And to the public for your participation tonight and really throughout the course of the last year and participating. It has certainly been I know a difficult policy to navigate. Initially, I was supportive, as the memo expressed a couple years ago in regards to exploring opportunity housing, and I think was supportive of the recommendations that were initially intended to be moved forward. And I think contrary to the misleading belief that it was going to be the demise of single-family housing, I understood that the actual implementation of it would have amounted to much less conversions than I think were being purported. And now we have really the state stepping in, and I think for better or worse, it's really given us an opportunity to take a second look at what we were doing with opportunity housing and excuse me, and look at the opportunities of what SB 9 has put in front of us. And much like cities all across the state, they too are grappling with this policy and trying to determine how best to implement and how it will take effect in their cities. And so it is my hope that we do take the time to explore ways that not only will promote, that will promote housing production under SB 9. It is a modest tool. I think similarly to opportunity housing was proposed. And studies have shown that only 5% of single-family zoning will likely have the potential to actually be redeveloped, unlike the fear of potential mass redevelopment, those concerns that were being purported. However, it does begin to address how single-family zoning has long prevented development and growth in many parts of our city. Like one of the speakers, excuse me, Shiloh, I actually had the opportunity of growing up in what would have been described as opportunity housing, also in West San Jose, and I went to another similarly good public high school, Cupertino High School, and would never have had the opportunity to do so if it wouldn't have been for growing up in a rent-controlled fourplex that was surrounded, and as most of Cupertino High School is surrounded by single-family homes, which back then at least were affordable, and today are nowhere near there. But in fact, the fourplexes that I grew up in, although much older now, are still one of the last remaining affordable by design types of housing that are there. And fortunate for many people, like my family, we were able to remain there, and I was able to stick in the same system from K through 12 because of that opportunity. We know that the need for housing is dire across our whole city, and much more so than when I was growing up. And additionally, I have lived here in the downtown core and in an old Victorian, beautiful Victorian. From the outside, just looked like a ginormous house, but inside was split into 4 units, and had an opportunity to be in and amongst single-family homes that would maintain the character of the neighborhood, and do so in a way that was actually creating more affordable housing in an area and places where someone like me could be able to afford to live. The memo that I co-signed with my colleagues, Councilmember Jimenez, Cohen, and Esparza, does call on staff to look specifically at deeper ways, deeper and more ways to expand the affordability and feasibility so that more families of lower income can benefit from this as well. I know that is something that has come up in conversation with many community members, and how there really isn't a specificity on affordable housing through SB 9. We do know by its simple nature, it is affordable by design. Again, as I've described in how I have been able to live here in this city, it was through opportunities like this, none of them being traditional, quote unquote, affordable housing. But I do think that it's worthwhile to be able to expand the affordability or look at ways that more families of lower income can benefit from this. And we can make the intentions of SB 9 a reality in creating neighborhoods throughout San Jose that are inclusive of all of our communities. I do have a couple questions. I'd like to make a motion and include the mayor's memo, but I just wanted to clarify a couple things. So looking here, you mentioned, Mayor, around the 12 historic districts that you're stating there. Not all of those, is my understanding, have a designation of R1 or R2. Would it first be, I guess, the requirement that a district like that would need to fit amongst R1 or R2 before it would qualify?
Yeah, that's a fair addition. I think I made the assumption that they were overwhelmingly R1, R2, but that may not be the case for some.
Okay, so just to clarify, I mean, that obviously, I believed that to be the intent, but as we explore potentially R2, and I actually completely agree with that, knowing how our city is zoned and where a lot of single-family houses live. I live in a single-family house now, and it's in an R2 area, and right next door, actually all over the place, are mixed in single-family and duplexes. And so I do agree with that, but I just, in reading it, I noticed that specificity wasn't there, and it was brought to my attention that there are some of these historic neighborhoods that happen to not be R1 or R2, and so that's just a natural requirement. It sounds like you're in agreement with that. Okay, I think otherwise, I'm comfortable with your memo as well. So I would like to move the memorandum co-signed by me, Councilmember Jimenez Cohen and Esparza, and then the mayor's memo.
Second.
That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the members of the public who came out or spoke online for public comment. That's really important to hear your voices, and I appreciate that. And I also want to thank staff. I know you were working while the legislative ground was shifting beneath you, and I appreciate all the work that you probably did and then redid as things were changing. One of the comments about single-family zoning is that 94% of our residential is zoned for single-family homes. But really what that means is that almost all of those lots can actually have 2 units already, because we were on the cutting edge of allowing accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, before the state changed their laws, and then we accommodated their change as well. So I don't know what the percentage was. Somebody mentioned it during public comment for how many lots actually have single-family homes, but it was much less than the 94%. Our direction originally for opportunity housing was to explore certain properties in specific areas, and they were basically designated growth areas that we already knew were walkable communities. I was on the task force. I did not like the direction of where that conversation went, and I led the charge to prioritize finishing the urban village plans and voted against the opportunity housing citywide, because I think it takes precious staff time away from what we've already designated, areas that we've already designated that we want developed in a specific way with community input. And frankly, I resent the state basically negating our entire general plan in one fell swoop with SB 9. We just got done talking about the desirability of walkable neighborhoods, yes, but extensive redevelopment is unlikely, as we've heard. And some people are saying that that's a good reason to allow this. Not going to have much development. But what we saw today in the presentation is that it's true, we might not have a whole lot of additional development, but that whatever development we have is likely to be concentrated in specific areas of town, and that it could be up to 23 units per acre. That's pretty impactful for those neighborhoods. And when I look at those neighborhoods in the slide, North San Jose, Central San Jose, Willow Glen, it doesn't say the Rose Garden, but it includes the Rose Garden, and West Valley, so all of West San Jose, District 1. Zero input from those stakeholders other than what we've heard tonight, but zero input about SB 9, because they didn't get the chance to vote on it or come here to talk to us about it before that got passed at the state. These areas of town are already, as we say, underparked. There's not enough parkland in these spaces for the people that live there already. Also, I know because I represent part of this area of town, there are already infrastructure issues. I have reports of regular sewer backups in these aging parts of town. And in fact, just in the last summer, multiple homes on my block had to get their sewer fixed, including my own home. So I have major concerns about how this gentle redevelopment is likely to impact specific neighborhoods, especially given that we had a consultant tell us it's going to impact some neighborhoods a lot and others not at all. Now, we've already heard about the affordability issues and how it's unlikely to help with affordability, especially given that we don't normally have a problem in the city of San Jose developing our market rate residential. We generally meet those goals. So I'm just very upset about the fact that we also have, with the state restrictions on local control of land use decisions from before and from now, there are going to be no takebacks. There's no opportunity to experiment here, try something, see if it works, have community input, maybe tweak it a little bit, and change and go on. That's part of the reason why I'm supporting a statewide initiative that clarifies in our state constitution that we need to regain local control of our land use decisions so that we can continue to have the kind of community input we had tonight, but not limited to just do as much as you can to minimize the damage that the state has already done, but actually talk about what we want and where we want it. Because I think that it is important for people to have a choice in the type of neighborhood that they live in. SB 9 and any expansion this council makes above that takes that choice away from folks who have already chosen and paid for a much gentler density than what we're talking about. And by the way, before anybody mentions it, I've had multiple people tell me, and I feel the same way, I don't care what my neighbors look like. I just care how many of them I have, because it's a lot more to deal with. I live next door to a large single-family home that had originally, when we first moved in, for probably the first 5 years we lived there, it was a rental, and it was split up, probably illegally, into multiple apartments, and there were usually about probably 8 to 10 people living there, but 4 different households. There are still usually 5 to 7 people living there in the last 5 years. It's been owned by 2 different families, but it's one family at a time. That's a lot different because it's one set of adults to talk to make things work and have neighbors. It's very different than having 5 different households or 4 different households and rental and issues with renters moving in and out at all times. So I think it's important for people to have choice, and I'm concerned about what we're doing tonight. I don't think I'll be able to support any of it because just on principle, honestly, I don't think that we should have done opportunity housing, and I don't support SB 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank staff for all the work. I know there's a lot of pivoting that occurred, similar to a previous issue, which was more sudden, but this, there's been a push to study certain kinds of housing changes and then a state law that caused us having to react, and I appreciate the quick reaction and bringing forward the ordinances we need to do this in a measured way. Obviously, there's been a lot of fear-mongering, I think, over what this could mean for neighborhoods, considering especially that we already have a lot of people living with 5 to 10 people in single-family homes now in many of these neighborhoods, and my concern has always been, how do we accommodate people that are already overcrowded into neighborhoods into housing that's more appropriate for them? And we also know that it's a very limited number of homes that where people who live in them will choose to make this expensive investment in upgrading or changing their property. And I appreciate that we can put in place design standards that will require whatever is done in neighborhoods to be to match the character of the neighborhood. So we're not talking about putting up these apartment buildings that have been spread around. We're talking about making sure that housing looks like it did before. I do want to make a comment because I was at California League of Cities meeting a couple weeks ago, and the League of Cities came out and said, we are very upset about SB 9 and the lack of local control, hoping to support some kind of effort to overturn SB 9. And they had a task force within League of Cities that spent about 7 hours of detailed investigation into the initiative that's being circulated right now, and we're hoping that they could support the initiative. And they brought this information forward to us at the board meeting. And based on what they learned about the initiative, the board unanimously voted not to support the initiative. And there's some pretty sinister unintended consequences in that initiative that I think are important for people to understand. Unfortunately, it's not an initiative that simply overturns SB 9. It's an initiative with extreme plans for local control, meaning that almost any state zoning issues could be ignored by a local jurisdiction if they pass a local ordinance. One of the ones that really upset a lot of cities was that we have state RHNA goals, which require cities to build a certain amount of housing. The initiative would say that if a city so chooses, they can ignore the RHNA goals. For cities like ours that are building a lot of housing and are actually trying to accommodate those RHNA goals, it's frustrating when cities are not living up to their obligations, the cities around us. This initiative would allow cities to say, we don't have to. And that, I think, will cause even more disparity for bedroom communities versus the other communities that aren't building more housing. State regulations on management of natural disasters, water distribution, fire could be ignored by local jurisdictions. There's a big concern amongst water districts and others that they would no longer have the authority to provide requirements to the cities under their jurisdiction if this passed, because their entire charter is through state law that could then be ignored by local jurisdictions. The law that passed a couple years ago to require single-family homes that are built to have solar could be ignored by a city if they pass a local ordinance that says we don't want that in our city. I'll just read the remainder of their statement after that vote, and it was very interesting because this was a group that wanted to support an initiative to overturn SB 9 and is still looking at ways to minimize the effect of that on cities within the state of California. They said, among the issues identified by the working group was the potential for unintended and negative consequences beyond housing that could arise if the initiative were to pass. For example, this could result in a disjointed patchwork approach to the management of potential natural disasters such as seismic hazards, wildland and urban fires, and floods. Passage of these measures could also impede progress on environmental justice efforts that seek to mitigate health risks and other issues in disadvantaged communities. So I thought it was important to say that we, while we need to implement the law and might have different opinions about whether the law was a good idea, that we have to be really careful about how we go about dealing with the state on laws like this and make sure that we're not overreaching. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you for these well-reasoned, well-measured recommendations, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation on opportunity housing, Jared. As a member of the General Plan Task Force, I was someone who did not support the direction of the task force to instruct staff to investigate opportunity housing. I felt that the reason for that was that we needed to put our efforts into creating urban village plans so that we could develop the urban villages that were already called for in our general plan that was passed so many years ago, with only 13 urban villages actually planned. I think we only have a couple who've actually been implemented. We are grossly under the number of having urban village plans that would enable a developer to build in the areas that we need to, which are high density, with transit areas. So I was against opportunity housing. I'm glad to see that staff is moving to recommend to not move forward with it. I think that's the right move, particularly given that we have SB 9 that we have to deal with and we have to implement. In the last year and a half or so, whenever we passed this from the General Plan Task Force, I did not go to a single community meeting, neighborhood association, or office hours or town halls that I hold, and not have a resident ask me about my opinion on opportunity housing. And they were very concerned how it relates to the lack of outreach, the lack of infrastructure, parking, water, utilities, etc. I'm actually going to make these same comments when we get to SB 9 and implement SB 9, but that's different because the law has now been passed, it's in place, and we have to figure out how we're going to implement that, which we will do shortly. So I am glad to see that staff is moving to not move forward with opportunity housing, but that doesn't mean we're not moving forward with SB 9, which we're required to do under state law. So I will be supporting the motion because I really, frankly, I'm glad to see we're not moving forward with opportunity housing, but really want us to encourage us to create urban villages. Thank you.
All right, other comments? I just want to offer a clarification. The direction of the General Plan Task Force was not to look at opportunity housing citywide. There was a recommendation to look at upzoning in designated areas, and I think that's an important distinction. I know that has taken on a different life once it got to the General Plan Task Force, but the direction from the Council of the General Plan Task Force was to look at commercial corridors and areas that specifically we thought would contribute to more walkable communities. Okay, let's vote on Councilmember Peralta's motion.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Peralez?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Carrasco?
Aye.
Davis?
No.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
No.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to item 10.5, SB 9 implementation regarding urgency ordinance amending Title 20 to implement Senate Bill 9. There is a presentation.
There is, Mayor. Thank you. I'm going to hand it straight to Martina Davis, Acting Division Manager in our Planning Division, and just want to express a huge amount of gratitude for all the work that she's done to get us to this place on SB 9 implementation.
All right, thank you very much, Chris, and I'm going to keep this as short as possible, I promise. Let's see, so I think we already have a pretty good understanding of what Senate Bill 9 does, but just as a reminder, it applies to all single-family zone property, does not apply to historic property. That is one of the exemptions under the bill. It allows subdivision of one lot into two roughly proportional lots, as well as allowing construction of 2 dwelling units on each lot. It includes mandatory development standards, but allows cities to adopt their own standards as long as those standards allow 2 800-square-foot units. It is effective less than a month from today. So what does this ordinance do? So whether or not we pass an ordinance, we will be required to implement Senate Bill 9 come January 3rd, really, when we reopen. So when we looked at it and we looked at how to implement that using our current zoning standards, it became very clear that SB 9 essentially pokes holes in some of our existing standards. And they really weren't written around anticipating these types of subdivisions or multiple units on the single-family zone property. So the primary purpose of this ordinance is to establish baseline standards that apply our existing standards as much as possible and only modify existing standards where we have to, so that we have something we can point to, that staff can use, that applicants can use, so that we all have a common understanding of what the development standards are for these projects. So the ordinance includes clarifying, right, where it might not be clear that how the existing standards would apply. It does provide some new standards, particularly around the subdivision designs, because our current municipal code for subdivisions, Title 19, really was written around assuming at least 6,000 square foot lots. So the dimensions required within that ordinance just don't work. We're also proposing to clarify definitions and implementation measures. And then also, Senate Bill 9 was really written anticipating 4 units per project. It has a provision that said cities may not, are not required to allow more than 2 units per subdivided property. So we are proposing to invoke that provision, and as well as bringing down the number of ADUs for properties that are not subdivided under SB 9 to the state baseline of 2 on a property that contains a duplex. So that would mean that under any scenario, a Senate Bill 9 project would result in no more than 4 units. This is really a baseline to start with. So that direction that we just received from council, we would take another look at all of these standards, revisit it through a comprehensive process involving community outreach. This is really to just have something we can point to in January to, I say, avoid chaos in the permit center is really how I'm explaining it to people. Very quickly, what we're proposing, SB 9 has a minimum 1,200 square foot lot standard. We are not proposing to go lower. We are proposing for subdivisions to allow both a standard split where someone could subdivide a property into 2 roughly equal halves down the middle, as well as allowing flag lots where you have a front property and a back property, and that back property is accessed off of a driveway through the front property. As I mentioned, we're proposing to limit the number of units to no more than 4. We are clarifying that the existing single-family standard of a 0.45 floor area ratio per lot would apply to SB 9 projects. Floor area ratio is the calculation of the floor area of the building divided by the lot size. We are including a provision as required by Senate Bill 9 that projects may exceed that 0.45 floor area ratio if they to allow 2 800 square foot units. Because again, we have to do that. We can't apply standards that would preclude 2 800 square foot units. We do think for our typical single family lot, based on our calculations, would not need to invoke that standard to go up to 800 square feet. If you do subdivide a pretty typical smaller San Jose single family lot, you likely would need to invoke that to exceed the 0.45 as again required by Senate Bill 9. We are not proposing any changes to the front setback, and the bill mandates we allow a 4-foot side and rear setback, and we're not proposing to go any lower than that. We are proposing to clarify that our maximum of 30 feet and 2 stories of height applies to Senate Bill 9 projects where they are outside of the 20-foot rear setback. Where they're within that 20-foot rear setback, because again, we have to allow projects to go down to 4 feet, we are proposing to apply our current accessory dwelling unit height standard for attached accessory dwelling units, which are also mandated by state law to go down to 4 feet, and that would be 20 feet in height and 1 story within that setback area. The bill does not require us to, or does not allow us to require more than 1 parking space per unit or none where transit or car share is nearby. We are not proposing to go any lower, right? So we would follow the Senate Bill 9 standards, and we are also not proposing to change the requirement in our current zoning code that a single-family home be provided with a parking space in a garage or carport. We are proposing a new standard around garage frontage. This is due to the potential for narrower lots and narrower homes under these subdivided properties. We're proposing to limit the garage frontage to no more than 50% of the front facade. This is to help ensure these projects adhere to our front yard paving requirement. So you can't pave more than 50% of the front yard, and so we wanted to just avoid this inherent conflict where people are trying to put more garages than they have to, and thereby then having to ask us, can I exceed the paving? And we kind of go in a circle that, no, that can't happen. So we would clarify that through this standard. One other thing, you may remember from our study session, SB 9 has an interesting owner occupancy, and I'm saying quotes, owner occupancy requirement. That requirement is that the applicant for an SB 9 subdivision has to send an attestation to the city, which would be under penalty of perjury, that they intend to occupy one of the dwelling units on the lot from the date of the approval of the subdivision. So when we looked at how that may really apply in the real life, when you think it all the way through, we realized that, in order for that attestation to be true, that they are going to live in the house from the date of the subdivision, there actually needs to be a house on the lot from the date of the subdivision. So we're proposing to clarify that there would need to be an existing dwelling on one of the lots that is created by a SB 9 subdivision at the time of subdivision. So applicants, if they wanted to, say, demolish a home to accommodate a new lot line, they would need to phase their project actually to build at least one home back before that new property line could be basically put in there through approval of the subdivision. Just to show you really quickly kind of what that looks like when you lay it all on a simple not to scale plot plan. So on our left, we've got our two flag lot examples with the front and the back lot. On the right, we've got this sort of, I call it the down the middle subdivision example. The bill does require that we allow the units to be attached at the shared property line where it's created by SB 9, so it shows kind of that scenario. Just speaking briefly why we are proposing to allow both is that the benefit with a flag lot is it's a lot easier in a lot of cases to preserve the existing house. It's not in the way of that new property line. And then also from the street, flag lots look a lot more like your current lotting pattern. You're seeing more driveways, but not necessarily more units because they're tucked through the back. That said, that's the downside of flag lots, is that the buildable area for that back lot really is kind of close to the backyards of the neighboring properties, and it doesn't really lend itself to be able to maintain a backyard for these new homes should the applicant want to do that. Whereas the more traditional subdivision type would allow, more traditional setbacks, more traditional rear yards, and we think a lot of applicants would actually elect to do that. So that's why our proposal is to allow both of these subdivision types. We are also currently working on updating application forms, informational materials, our website, and we're going to base a lot of this off of the things we've already developed for accessory dwelling units and just kind of modify them to cover Senate Bill 9 standards. We're currently updating our internal processes and our permitting database. This is a multi-departmental effort as, for example, the subdivisions are actually processed by our Public Works Department, so we're working with them on that. And we are continuing to collaborate with other cities and seek guidance on the bill. Housing and Community Development, the state agency, will likely, they said at last I heard that they're going to have their official guidance out sometime in February, for example. So we're greatly looking forward to that. And if we need to, we'll have to come back with adjustments to this ordinance based on that guidance. Before I get into our recommendation, I do want to acknowledge the memo by Council Members Jimenez, Perales, Cohen, and Esparza dated December 10th. That memo includes a recommendation that we add to the ordinance a provision that says that in the event that the standards physically preclude construction of a second unit pursuant to SB 9, applicants shall seek waivers through a process that shall be defined in administrative guidelines promulgated by the city. So we are not opposed to adding that to the ordinance. We believe this is already a requirement of the bill. As I mentioned, the bill allows us to apply objective standards only where they don't preclude the two 800 square foot units. And it's really impossible to write objective standards that is going to cover every single case. There's unusually shaped properties, et cetera, right? So all cities are grappling with, well, how do we deal with that? How do we apply objective standards to something when you need to look at it on a case-by-case basis? That's something to exactly what that's going to look like is very much to be determined. And I am very, very hopeful that the state will come up with some clear guidance with that. So again, we do believe that's already a requirement of the bill, so we do not have no issues with adding that to this ordinance. I do understand there may be issues with adding it to the urgency ordinance. Before you tonight, we actually have an urgency ordinance, so it would become effective immediately. And then a regular ordinance as just almost a backup plan. So that should say our urgency ordinance findings be challenged. and it gets thrown out, we have a permanent ordinance, already in effect that we can fall back on. So we may only be able to add that provision to the permanent ordinance, but I would allow the city attorney's ordinance office to speak to that. So with that, I will conclude with our recommendation. Consider the determination of consistency with the envisioned San Jose 2040 EIR and approve both the urgency and the regular ordinance to amend Title 20 of the Municipal Code to add provisions to implement Senate Bill 9. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Let's now go to public comment.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. This is the time when you want to start talking about equity. This is it's kind of like I said before, I kind of feel bad for you because you don't have the capacity to defend what it is that you eloquently write down in documents and you send off to get grant money. Okay, this city puts down equity on all kinds of grants when they're submitting it, okay, so that they can get it. But right here, this is where the rubber hits the road. And this is how you determine which one of your representatives is in alignment with absolving the generational impact of the racist policies that created all of this mess and the protection of these racist neighborhoods that you guys, it's absolutely off the table. We're not going to touch these neighborhoods. Why? Been put on the record that I'm a racist and that I don't care about Mexicans, I don't care about Chicanos, I don't care about Negros. All I want them to do is pack up and leave or die on our streets. We might as well just staple all of these policies to the people's death certificates.
Matthew Reed?
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and Council. Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at home. I'll be brief. An urgency ordinance language must focus on clarity and feasibility and not create barriers to opportunity before the community has had a chance to be heard on a permanent ordinance. We believe the staff language and approach, while it stretches some to add what we think are unnecessary constraints at this time, is essentially the existing standards as many have requested and is sound as a starting point to prevent unnecessary chaos. Unfortunately, as many of you know, some of our neighbors have also chosen to be bad actors at this time to respond to the removal of barriers by erecting new ones, by responding to opportunity with further efforts at exclusion. It's hard not to note that single-family zoning was widely adopted when racial covenants were found to be unconstitutional. We can do better. Thank you.
I have Sandra here in person, followed by Ano Adisho. I'm going to move on to Ano Adisho, followed by Allison Singalani.
Hi, my name is Ano Adisho again, D10 resident, and I support SB 9 and the staff recommendations from the Planning Commission. I would like to thank the council for moving San Jose into compliance with a state law that achieves and pursues housing justice. I also will say that that's all I'm going to say at this time because it is getting fairly late, but thank you again for supporting SB 9, and I hope that you continue to support more pro-housing development and plans and policies in the future. Thank you.
Allison Singalani, followed by Tessa Woodmansey.
I'm Allison Singalani with San Jose Neighborhoods for All. You'll be happy to hear that my family of 4 has been living in a San Jose duplex for the last 9 years, and we haven't destroyed the neighborhood yet. Our duplex is far more affordable than a single-family home and has given our family an option that worked much better for our needs than an apartment in a community with great neighbors that we love. Just as the city has embraced the opportunity for ADUs to incrementally add new homes that are low-impact infill development, please embrace this new opportunity and give more families like mine the chance to live in a duplex. Direct staff to study subsidies and incentives for greater affordability, plan to make SB 9 homes more feasible and expand opportunities. Explore integrating SB 9 into existing design guidelines for historic districts where many duplexes already exist. Urgency ordinance language must not create barriers to this opportunity. Please embrace the implementation of SB 9 in ways that take full advantage of the opportunities the law presents for meeting San Jose's housing needs. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansey, followed by Tobin Gilman.
Yes, SB 9 to create more housing is very essential. And the state has been being a leader in that, and we appreciate that because we see our city has financialized our lands and taken our lands to make commercial development. And that's because it benefits the pockets of the city and not really addressing the crises that we're addressing. And we need to get back to basics: food, clothing, and shelter. And that is all human rights. And that's what we need to be focusing on, not economic growth. Because economic growth means it's fossil fuel growth. That's what has generated the money and the growth that we've been experiencing. So it has to go towards a degrowth and getting back to basics, survival. And that's where the SB 9 is really addressing the issue, what's coming at our doorstep, which is massive, mass migration from climate crises around the world, climate refugees, as we saw even right now in Kentucky. And that's coming.
We're going to go to Sandra in person, followed by Tobin Gilman.
Again, I'm speaking on behalf of Family Homes of San Jose. We're requesting the urgency ordinance, and we want to thank Dev Davis and several of the others of you and the staff for the wonderful October presentation that allowed us to realize we needed one. Please limit to 4 units. Subject the units to the existing single family where it doesn't conflict. And thank you for your time.
Tobin Gilman, followed by Colin User 4.
Hi, thank you. I just want to, first of all, commend planning staff for the quickness with which they have done all of this work. SB 9 kind of jumped on us very quickly. And I think that the work that they did with regard to this urgency ordinance was very thoughtful. I listened to the Planning Commission presentation that they gave last week, or maybe it was the week before. They had a lot of very thoughtful questions from the commissioners. They were very much on top of their work, and I appreciate that. I've heard a lot of ideas about studying this and studying that, and it's very clear that we all have a lot of confusion about how SB 9 is going to affect us, and I think studying things is fine. But tonight, there's only 17 days left in the year. Let's get this urgency ordinance passed. Let's limit the implementation to what we know and go further from that. So thank you, planning staff, for your work, and let's pass this urgency ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Colin User 4, followed by Marnie Kamzen.
This will be a slow burn. It'll be a land grab by developers. They'll slowly creep in. You won't know it till it's all gone. These parcels are not big enough for these 4plexes that you're talking about. I mean, I don't know what kind of measuring stick you guys have, but there's no way you're going to have enough for 4plexes. You can barely have a shed in your backyard. Don't put a flagpole up either. So, I mean, and what's the process going to be like to build? Who's going to be able to navigate City Hall to build all these things? There's not enough, and there's just not enough space. We talked about it before. Not enough water, not enough electricity. It takes a lot of water to create construction. I can't imagine how much water is going to be wasted building that pie in the sky urban village that Pam wants. I mean, you're going to have to dig out a huge hole in the ground for a parking garage. It's going to be all cement. Imagine the dust in the air. Now,
Marnie Kamzen, followed by Trevor Wu.
Hi, I have 2 quick points, I hope. I've still lived in San Jose for 15 years, but when people speak about living in a duplex and they say it hasn't destroyed the neighborhood, those units were built when there were design standards that were stricter than what would be allowed under SB 9. So there's a huge difference between what was built and what will be allowed to be built under SB 9. The other issue is that if other cities are limiting SB 9 projects and San Jose is wide open, then developers and investors and speculators are going to rush into our city. And I thought the whole idea of SB 9 was to spread this development out over the state. So I would like us to be in line with what other cities are doing. I fully support the urgency ordinance. I hope it passes.
Trevor Wu, followed by Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Hi, so I'm not a lawyer or anything, so all this language kind of confuses me, but I would just urge the council to take whatever action that would be best to ensure the creation of the most homes under SB9, and then also make sure that whatever emergency ordinance language they're enacting does not discourage the construction of new homes. We've seen like other cities in the Bay Area kind of enacting sort of bad actor type measures that are designed to hamper the implementation of SB9, and we hope that, and I hope that like San Jose does not do something like that. Thank you.
Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Yes, my name is Raim Mendoza. I'm sorry, I was talking about SB9 when I was saying opportunity. But still, we need the opportunity of housing. Why it seems so bad if they build 4 or 6 units? As people like me, people that work, okay, we good people. It doesn't mean because we live in a duplex or a triplex or we rent a room in somebody's house, we bet people or less than anybody else that owns our own home. Okay, we got to start somewhere. Give us an opportunity to do that. And you guys are acting all like, oh no, we don't want these people to come and destroy our neighborhoods. What are you talking about? Destroying your neighborhoods? We're the people that work for you, okay? Come on, okay? You're not better than us, okay, because you own your house. What do you think you are, okay? We're the hardworking people, the middle class, okay? And the ones that we're gonna get displaced, not you guys, okay, that we've been working through the whole pandemic, okay? Refunding out there. And you guys are into your house just, working from home. No, no, no. You wake up, people.
Back to council.
I know that we're on to a separate item now, but because this is so clearly linked to 10.3, I wanted to ask a question about what the council's direction on 10.3 to make sure I'm clear about how SB 9 will be implemented here in 10.5. I don't think I was fully aware of the discrepancy in the language, but clearly staff intended to come back to us with some recommendations about how to integrate some structures in historic districts where appropriate under SB 9. Is that right, Jared?
So what we're proposing is to look at historic districts, and then we could potentially allow SB 9 type projects in those areas. But under SB 9, they're not allowed in those areas currently, or wouldn't be allowed.
Well, it's not that they're not allowed. It's just that we're not forced to implement SB 9 in historic districts, right? We have the discretion there. Is that right? I want to understand clearly what's the difference between the state.
Yeah, so SB 9 does, I mean, we could decide to do SB 9 like housing on historic properties or in duplex districts, but they would technically not be allowed under the SB 9 law. That would be a separate action by the city going beyond SB 9.
Okay. So I'm just, thank you. I thought it was merely discretionary in the same way that, for example, SB 10 was. So I just want to make sure that we didn't send you off with the last motion saying thou shalt, because I know there was some intention to actually do some outreach with HLC, with Historic Landmarks Commission, with the community to better understand how to implement these kinds of projects or not in historic districts. And I'd hate to shortcut that process with our direction based on a memo that was only released in the last 24 hours. And I'd want to make sure at least that the direction would be consistent with the process that enabled you to sort of get the best thinking in the community about how to do this sensibly in historic districts.
If it helps, Mayor, my motion definitely was not a thou shalt with that memo. So
okay, that was at least the intention for me as well as the maker of the motion, but I want to make sure staff took it that way, and since we're on implementation, it's probably a good time to talk about it.
Yeah, we took it as a direction that we would go and look at it and come back, and there would be a community engagement process as a part of that. And I think, we had estimated at least, kind of a 12-month process to sort of look at those things, if not,
Okay.
not longer. Yeah, it wasn't that we would definitely do it. It was to explore, right, and
Okay.
to look at those areas.
I understand the language, since the word allow is in the memo that I authored, that could be read differently. So for whatever it's worth, since we're on implementation, I just asked that the maker of the motion might incorporate that understanding.
So it's to consider these things as we explore allowing SB9 type housing in historic districts or properties.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me through that. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, I think the staff memo for the last item specified exploratory language, so that I think that I put your memo, your language underneath that as the overall umbrella, and I'll stress that in this motion here, and I'll keep this one brief. We had a lot of work with our task force going into talking about opportunity housing, and I think because of that and the feedback that we heard, that's where this urgency ordinance came about, and why I support it. And then it sounds like staff, based on the memo that I co-signed, was comfortable and felt like maybe even our request was potentially redundant, but I'd like to move it anyways. And so I'll make a motion to move the memo that I co-signed with Councilmember Jimenez, Cohen, and Esparza, and then the specificity that we have on obviously implementation of what we talked about last time includes specific exploration, not any specific action for staff to take.
Second. All right, motion from Councilmember Perales, second from Councilmember Cohen. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, Martina, for the presentation. I have some clarifying questions. First, there has been comments about outside developers coming in, buying up a lot of property, and then subdividing. But my understanding with SB9 is that a builder can only subdivide one parcel into 2 units on either side, but cannot purchase the properties on the other side of that. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. So the bill prohibits an applicant or an applicant working in concert with others from subdividing adjoining parcels. So yes, that is included in the bill.
Okay, thank you. So just to follow up on that a little bit, so say a developer is purchasing the property to subdivide into 2 duplexes. They have to attest that they're going to live into one. Say they purchase the property as a corporation. Could they then set up another corporation to purchase the neighboring property? Or how would we monitor that to make sure that doesn't happen?
Yeah, so we don't believe they could do that because that would be acting in concert, right, to subdivide adjoining parcels. So we're still, honestly, at this point, finalizing all of our implementation measures. At minimum, we plan on tracking the owners, tracking the LLCs, the corporations, if necessary, asking who are the beneficiaries, right, of a trust, for example, to ensure that we don't have, family trust A and family trust B, and turns out they're all the same people. So I don't have complete answers on exactly everything we'll do to try to find that at this point, and I think we'll continue to talk with our neighboring cities as well, see what they're planning. But at minimum, tracking, doing a research. Okay, this property is being proposed for subdivision under SB9. Oh, look, the adjacent one was proposed, was subdivided. Let's see if these are the same people. I mean, we will be doing that. And the law does prohibit the same people essentially from subdividing adjoining lots.
Great. So how or when, I know this is really a complicated work in progress and you had a short time to actually put this together, so I appreciate this information. First, I appreciate the study session we had a little while back. That was very helpful. And then bringing this to us when we needed to make or needed to implement it. but how will you, or when will you decide the nitty-gritty of that? For example, how are you going to follow up on the trusts, et cetera, to know that there isn't a violation occurring? Or will that come to CED, or what committee might that come to for further investigation?
Yeah, that's a good question. Of course, we have to have something ready to go before January. So at minimum, my thoughts are including in our application materials that you have to provide the names of the beneficiaries of any trust, and really asking for a lot of information on the ownership of the subdivided properties. That will be our starting point. I think it will be some time before we start seeing people actually coming in with applications on any sort of a scale. So I do think we have a little bit of almost warm-up time to say, okay, we're getting information on the ownership. Oh my gosh, we're seeing problems here. Let's keep going and figure, is this enough, right? So we'll have basic standards in place for January, but those I do think will be continuously evolving as we're handling these applications and seeing what we get.
Okay, great, thank you. Regarding the owner occupancy attestation, we're going to ask the owner to attest to them living in the property. Is there a requirement on how long they must live in the property?
So interestingly, the requirement is that they have to attest that they intend to live on the property for 3 years. There's nothing beyond them attesting to their intention. So there's nothing in the law that says they have to then actually live there or anything like that. They have to attest that they intend to live there. It is a 3 years. So that's another one that I can tell you all cities are really grappling with implementing. What does that really mean? If someone says, well, when I signed that attestation, I was intending to live there. I swear I was, but my plans changed. I don't think there's much we can do about that. I definitely think it's such an open-ended question that the state guidance should hopefully address that and really kind of give cities practical, can you do anything beyond collecting that attestation and ensuring there's a dwelling unit for them to live in? I'm not sure that there will be, but we're hopeful that, as other cities in the state, we all put our minds together, we can kind of figure that one out. But again, the state law is they have to attest that they intend to live there for 3 years.
Well, thank you. It's not unlike purchasing a home where a homeowner has to attest to the lender that they intend to own or occupy the property. But that doesn't mean that they will occupy it more than a week, a month. Things change, so the lender isn't necessarily going to call the loan because they violated that part of the lending provision. But so it's a very similar thing, it sounds like to me. Okay, moving on to the actual number of units. The proposal is 2 units or a duplex on each side, so that's 4 units. I have heard mixed information from real estate lawyers and others who are implying that ADUs can be added too. Are we restricting ADUs? Your proposal doesn't mention ADUs. I read it to be silent to ADUs, but is the intent only to allow someone to build duplexes and not expand to ADUs or even to junior ADUs?
Yeah, so the law is pretty clear on the number of units, or it's very clear on the number of units for subdivided properties. And it says where a property is created by an SB9 subdivision, cities are not required to allow more than 2 units, and that's inclusive of ADUs. And it does actually cite, including these sections of the law, which are the ADU and junior ADU provisions. So our proposal would be on the subdivided lots to say no more than 2. So that could be either a duplex or a single family home plus an ADU, but you wouldn't be able to do the duplex plus the ADUs on the subdivided lot. So on, subdivided lot, you're starting with 1, you go to 2, and then 2 units on each lot. That's how you get to 4. Regarding ADUs on lots that are not subdivided under SB 9, the state ADU law would still apply. So under state ADU law, we are required to allow for on a property that contains a duplex, either one attached or two detached ADUs. So they can select which one they want to do. And so that's how you get to 4 on a non-subdivided lot. But again, the SB 9 does supersede that ADU law when it comes to lots that were created by an SB 9 subdivision.
Great. And thank you for bearing with me and asking all of these questions. It's some of the questions that the members of the public have raised both here and out as I'm out and about in our neighborhoods, so the answers are really helpful. One of my concerns with SB 9 is the lack of outreach. Is there any way we can require outreach? How do you see outreach looking as it relates to the neighbors? We currently have, when a development is going on, neighbors have to be notified of the development, but under SB 9, that's not required, is it? Is there any way we can include that in our implementation?
So it does not preclude notifying neighbors in the bill, so we could make that a requirement. I would just advise that we tread cautiously here for a couple of reasons. One of them is that, regardless of neighbor feedback, if the project meets the standards, it has to be approved. So any notice we would want to make sure that that's clear, that it's more informative versus us, saying, hey, let us know if you want us to deny this. We can't, right? The other thing would be resources. So we are required to approve these through a discretionary process. The Permit Streamlining Act applies, so we have to deem them complete within 30 days. And I'm still verifying this, but I believe we would have 60 days after the application is deemed complete. So they've submitted all the materials to act on the application. So if we included a noticing requirement that, say, involved the city sending notices, to be totally frank, we don't have the staff capacity to do that within the timeframes dictated by the law. So if we did noticing, I would recommend it be maybe not, either if it was mailed notices, it might be having the property owner mail the neighbors a notice directly and the city verifies that that happens. We spoke to another city, I think it was Sunnyvale, that currently has that practice. They have the neighbors actually send, the applicant send the notice to the neighbors, say, hi, I'm your neighbor, I'm proposing this. It's gonna get approved because of these laws, but if you wanna talk to me about it, here's my contact information. I thought that was a nice approach, to really foster that conversation between neighbors. They did say that neighbors have been successful in negotiating things that the city really can't negotiate. We don't have, a seat at that table to really do much if someone wants to do something that complies. Another thing, easier way to do noticing would be like a posted notice. Tree removal permits we require, for example,
just on the door or
post
on
the
front.
notice on the front lawn. So that would be a way that would really minimize the staff impact. But certainly, just to be clear, we definitely do not have the capacity for the city to do mailed notices for all these projects, even for adjacent properties.
Understand, thank you, but I think noticing is important. So with the maker, where'd he go?
He abandoned you, so you couldn't amend his motion.
Would the maker of the motion include a friendly amendment allowing staff to investigate outreach and implementation of outreach?
Why don't we come back?
Neighbor outreach?
We'll come back to you in a moment.
Seconder says it's okay.
The seconder says it's okay.
First is right here.
Yes.
Would you allow a friendly amendment regarding staff to develop a neighbor notification program?
My only concern is based on what staff just said on the capacity. So is that, what does that look like for staff based on what Councilmember Foley is requesting? I heard your response that sounded like we wouldn't have capacity, but
not to implement it ourselves.
So this would to explore. Oh, no.
This is to create the program for the neighbor, the developer, or the neighbor to notify his neighbors.
Okay, so I'll just take staff's quick response on that then. We're still gonna have to oversee it, I guess, right? So.
Yeah, what I would say is that the urgency ordinance, we have until January. So we, if we needed to, we could probably come up with something before January, but.
Wait, hang on. So I'm sorry, is the question about staff exploring outreach for SB 9 projects? Yeah, so you could direct staff to explore something. It's not part of this emergency ordinance.
Right, yeah, no,
Yeah, it would be
that's
something
not
for
my
us to
intent.
explore next year and report back as we are recommending developing standards and whatnot for
Right,
SB9 projects.
that's what I'm asking for, Michael, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay, that's fine.
Okay.
And Councilmember Foley, I'm sorry, Rosalind Huey, Deputy City Manager, I just want to clarify the terminology. It would be a notification program, not outreach, because they're very different approaches to those. So we could explore notification. Just want to clarify that.
Yeah, I think I misspoke, sorry, notification, thank you.
I use the term outreach, thank you.
And I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Okay, I see that my time is up, but I just have one quick question. In the, I saw something about properties that are in flood hazard zones are exempt. What level of, most of San Jose is in a flood zone, so what level of flood zone exempts the property?
So they're not actually exempt from the bill. They're only, the language is a little weird, but what it essentially boils down to is that cities, they're exempt unless the project is designed to meet the standards for building within that flood zone. So, for example, making sure the foundation is above.
So it's an Alviso, it's building up above.
Exactly,
Got it.
exactly. So essentially, they would meet our current standards for building within these flood zones. As long as they do, they would be able to move forward with their SB9 projects.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm sorry I ran over time, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments from my colleagues? All right, we have a motion. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco, that's a yes, she just texted me. Davis?
No.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas? Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We needed 8 votes, so that was important. We'll go on to item 3.4. This is the last item of the evening, and thank you for the patience of many in the community who have waited patiently for this. This is the City of San Jose Council redistricting public hearing. And let me ask Tony if there is a presentation.
Chris is available, and I believe he's presenting the map.
Okay.
I've already spoken with him about
He's
it.
remote, is that right?
Yes, he's remote. He'll be sharing his screen soon.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Chris.
Hello, I'm just wondering where we want to begin. If we just want to jump to the version 1 map, if we want to.
Yeah, I think we should look at that map issue that we had talked about. I think we should start with that.
Okay, one of the issues with the bifurcation of the motion at the last city council meeting was that without making the changes to District 2 and 10, the overall deviation for the plan is over 10% deviation. So currently it's 10.18. So there's a couple different, there are many options on how to reduce the version 1 map to under a 10% total deviation. And one of the easiest fixes, of course, would be to reduce to increase the population of District 10. You could do that by moving the line along between 2 and 10 or 9 and 10. The other option, of course, is to reduce the population of District 4, which is the highest populated map, or district, excuse me. So along this line here. So one of the things that I had looked at, but again, this is all up to your guidance, is shifting either along this line between 9 and 10, or along this line and maybe unifying neighborhoods in this area of the map between 2 and 10.
Chris, I'm sorry, was there anything further?
No.
Okay. All right. So Chris has proposed potential modifications to District 10 to address the variance issue, the concern. Why don't we go to public comment, and then we'll come back for a fuller discussion of all these issues.
Okay, I have 14 cards in person, so I have Sandra. And when I call your name, just come down, first person to the microphone, just go straight to the microphone. Sandra, Son Pham. This one's written really faint. It's, I think, last name Tran on Robert Avenue. Bien Don and Don Nguyen. Let's start with those. Again, I have Sandra, Son Pham, Tran on Robert Avenue, Bien Don, and Don Nguyen. Just go straight to the microphone. And if you need, I need my interpreters to come downstairs, one Spanish and one Vietnamese, for anybody who may need translation at the podium.
Tôi Phạm Hữu Sơn, cựu Chủ tịch Cộng đồng Người Việt Quốc gia Bắc Lê, xin trân trọng kính chào ông thị trưởng và toàn thể quý vị.
I am Phạm Hữu Sơn, the former president of the Vietnamese community in San Jose. I would like to say hello to Mayor Sam Liccardo and all the council members.
Kính thưa ông thị trưởng, chúng tôi tới hôm nay là muốn trình bày với ông thị trưởng cái nguyện vọng của cộng đồng Việt Nam của chúng tôi.
Mr. Mayor, I came here just to let you know our hope for the San Jose City.
Lời nói đầu tiên của chúng tôi, của cộng đồng chúng tôi là cực lực phản đối việc mà phân chia lại ranh giới của các khu vực 4, 5 và 7.
First thing I would like to say is that we are totally opposed to the redistricting for the district 4, 5, 7.
Trong thời gian qua, tất cả các sắc dân đã sinh hoạt rất là hài hòa, mà không hiểu tại sao thời gian này lại thay đổi cái địa danh như vậy.
In the past, we live harmoniously together among different communities and ethnic communities. We don't understand why you would like to change and mix up all of us like this.
Việc thay đổi này làm cho một cộng đồng mạnh lên và làm cho các cộng đồng của dân thiểu số suy yếu đi.
The changes in District 4, 5, and 7 create and help one community stronger than the rest of us.
Bởi vậy, chúng tôi thỉnh cầu ông thị trưởng cũng như hội đồng thành phố hãy giữ nguyên tình trạng này, bởi vì chúng ta đang sống một cách hài hòa.
Therefore, we urge Mr. Mayor and the council members to keep the same map that we are currently living harmoniously together.
Trân trọng cảm ơn ông thị trưởng và hội đồng thành phố.
I thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Again, I'm calling Sandra Tran at Robert Avenue, Bien Don, and Don Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It was unacceptable, perhaps a violation of voting rights, that the council member in D5, D7, and D8 to agree to changes last week that would drastically change District 7. It's discriminatory, diluting, suppressing the Vietnamese and Asian voice, and it screamed voter suppression. The labor union should have honored the Asian community from the beginning. But I'm glad that there are movement now working towards keeping our community together. I appreciate that the council are respecting the Vietnamese and Asian community. I empower you to make the right decision to leave District 7 as is before the redistricting. Thank you.
Okay, well, the next speaker comes to the microphone. I have Trong Vu Lam.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Douglas Hong Nguyen, and residing in District 7 of San Jose. Before we know about, we have a two map above device about unity map and community map. But right now that we know we have a council map update about 3 days ago. So that's why we are residing of the District 7. We want to know exactly the what about that one. Because just about the 1 to 3 days, we resident in the District 7, we don't know exactly about this one. So we ask everything council member we do, we need to prove and everybody know. And after that, we know exactly what going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. I have Lamin Dung and Jeremy Plunkett.
Hi, Mayor and all the council member. My name is Trong Vu, and I'm living here that is for more than 30 years. And I think that is we don't need to change the map. That is for redistrict. That's because that is, I think you just need the time to think about that is how to make the life for the people that's in here have a good life. We need the safety, and we need that is how to help the people. Like that's all everywhere. That's in the city. That's a lot of homeless. So that is the thing we need. That is safety first, and then so how to solve the problem for the homeless, because that's the homeless everywhere and make that is dirty everywhere. So that is we need. You guys think about it. We don't need to change the map. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Xin chào thị trưởng và các ông bà nghị viên. Tôi tên Lê Minh Dung, cư dân thành phố San Jose. Tôi có mặt tại San Jose 46 năm, được biết quận 7 là trung tâm văn hóa và kinh tế của cộng đồng người Việt, trung tâm cộng đồng Việt Mỹ, trung tâm dịch vụ Việt Mỹ, lưới rầu Sài Gòn và khu khởi đầu của khu vườn di sản đều nằm ở quận 7. Grand City Mall, Vietnam Town và Lion Plaza náo nhiệt hàng năm vào dịp Tết, Nguyên đán, cùng những sự kiện văn hóa, ẩm thực và các cuộc tụ họp cộng đồng đã trở thành truyền thống của thành phố chúng ta. Tất cả sự tăng trưởng này có được sau nhiều thập kỷ cam kết và nỗ lực của cộng đồng người tị nạn để xây dựng lại nhà cửa và thay thế những gì họ đã mất mát trong chiến tranh. Yêu cầu các ranh giới sau đây được bảo tồn và giữ nguyên được phân chia. Ranh giới giữa quận 4 và quận 5, ranh giới giữa quận 5 và quận 7, ranh giới giữa quận 7 và quận 8. Thank you.
I've been living in San Jose for 46 years. District 7 is the core of the cultural and economy of the Vietnamese community. The Vietnamese community and also the Vietnamese American Services Center, Little Saigon, and also the the heritage, Vietnamese heritage, they're all located in District 7. Grand Century Mall, Vietnam Town, and Lion Plaza, animated every year during the Tet Festival, and also during the New Year. Also, it happened together at the same time, a lot of cultural events, eateries, and a lot of rally among the communities. This become the traditional in our city. All of this growth happens after several decades of undertaking and efforts from the community of the refugees who came here to rebuild their life and to replace and recover what they have lost during the war. Okay, so hereby I request that please keep all these boundaries intact and preserved. The boundaries between District 4 and 5, the boundaries line between District 5 and 7, the boundaries line between District 7 and District 8. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Also, I have Douglas Hong Nguyen, Than Nguyen, Van Lee, and Ha Trien. Go ahead.
I would like to remind you one last time that every San Jose resident who you move from an odd to an even district will, as a result, not have the opportunity to vote for a council member in 2022 and is literally being disenfranchised by your decision. For a 2-year period, they will have no representation on the council by anyone that they had a chance to vote for or against. Given that the whole purpose of redistricting is to ensure all San Jose residents have equal representation on the city council, it seems to me that certain people being prevented from voting at all or having any representation is completely counter to the overall goal. This also raises a possibility for voter suppression or political manipulation in terms of exactly who is being prevented from voting in 2022. I respectfully request that the mayor or any council member please ask the city's consultant to report the count of residents being disenfranchised in each district and their ethnic makeup to ensure no group or district is being unfairly targeted. This concern is especially relevant to the many D3 voters in Councilmember Peralez's former neighborhood, Rosemary Gardens, currently being moved to D6, as well as all other D3 neighborhoods west of 87. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Thuận Nguyen. I live in San Jose for over 40 years, and I have seen many ups and downs in our city over the years. Right now, what I'm seeing is like we as a city is moving in the wrong direction. We are facing with many issues of urgency, like high cost of living, affordable housing, homelessness, public safety, post-pandemic recovery, just to name a few. But so far, too little effort and resources have spent to address this issue. Instead, some of our leaders have spent a lot of time and effort to benefit some special interest groups. The redistricting process is an example. Over 40% of our city population is Asian American, but no representation in the commission. And after months of discussion, some member of the city council scrapped the entire thing and proposed something that does not reflect the population and the diversity of our city, but only to benefit the incumbent council re-election of District 7. This is unfair and unethical.
Thank you. Next speaker. I hate doing that. I don't mind when they're just random.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Van Lê, and I represent some of the senior in District 7, and I'm also a resident of District 7. I joined the Vietnamese American Roundtable and the Sister Party Collective to call on the San Jose City Council to substantially preserve district boundary and neighborhood between District 4, 5, 7, and 8. Last few days, the redistrict issue has divided our community. The council could be leaving itself vulnerable of Voting Rights Act lawsuit alleging district boundary unfairly discriminate against Asian American voters. So shameful, the city of San Jose did not have any redistricting committee Asian representative, and especially Vietnamese American, to have some input when city organized redistricting. I also request a better communication and reach out to ethnic minority when city has this important issue. I hope that all of you listen to the community voice and preserve, especially District 7, for the Vietnamese American community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'd also like to call down Kira Kazantis, Gabriela Chavez Lopez, Hui Tran, and Gabriel Hernandez. Go ahead.
My name is Ha Trios. I'm a former Vietnamese RNP Foundation. I really would like, please don't the changing the boundary between District 4 and 5, District 5 and 7 and 7 and 8, especially District 7. I think the whole city council help us to build Vietnamese community, Vietnamese service, everything include District 7. Especially last 2 weeks, you already helped us to reach out for Viet Heritage Garden. Also, you guys, give us some fund to build Vietnamese American monument in Vietnamese Heritage Garden. So don't destroy them. Please don't divide the District 7. Keep them what it is. And we build the economy from before. I've been here 40 years. Here, the District 7 is a farm, look like a farm before. Even the city hall, very small, we don't know where the city hall. Now you're number 10 of the whole America. So please listen to us. Keep 7, stay what they is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Kira Kazantzis from Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. I have the privilege of co-convening the Nonprofit Racial Equity Action Leadership Coalition. 35 nonprofit members of this coalition have called on the City Council to adopt a map that does not suppress the votes of the Latinx, Asian, Indigenous, and African ancestry communities. Therefore, this coalition is supportive of the proposals in the memoranda by Council members Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco, which rectify a number of concerns that the coalition had with last week's council map. Thanks for your consideration, and please adopt a map that in no way diminishes the voting power of communities who have long been placed at a disadvantage in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and council members. It's truly a blessing to be here in person with all of you. My name is Gabriela Chavez Lopez, and I'm a proud resident of District 3 in the Delmas Park neighborhood. I'm also the executive director of the Latina Coalition of Silicon Valley, an organization dedicated to addressing economic and political disparities of Latinas in our region, which there are many. I wanted to come in support of the REAL Coalition and drawing an electoral district map that really does not suppress the votes of our Latinx, African American ancestry, Asian and Indigenous residents and renters. Our organization exists to uplift Latino voices particularly and make sure that their perspective and lived experience is represented. And I would argue that this is more important now than ever. I'm really concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of diverse communities of interest. And as a result, I support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memorandums from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. I know this has been a long and painful process. I do hope that this council adopts the recommendations put forth by council members Carrasco, Arenas, and Esparza. There's a lot of culture in the Alum Rock Corridor and in Little Saigon that should be preserved and celebrated. And that means preserving and celebrating the boundaries that help to frame these identities. I also want to recognize all of the amazing partners that rallied in solidarity to support each other. There are many that came together, but I do want to give a special recognition to the Si Se Puede Collective for their deep support for us in this process. Please support this compromise. It accounts for the concerns of the Si Se Puede Collective, the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet, and the Vietnamese American Roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Oh, I was wondering how we could watch our time. Gabriel Hernandez, the director with the Si Se Puede Collective. Here, you know, I thought to be here in person to stand with the Real Coalition, with the Vietnamese American Roundtable, a number of organizations to try and figure out a way to express the need for us to really take a look at the lines and the maps and the impacts that it's going to have on our community. And we're hoping that you've seen that statement, that joint statement. We thought to reach out to different communities so that, again, we tried to express that unity amongst ourselves and not to be divided by each other. So again, we stand with our different communities, whether they're the African American, Asian American, and even Arasa communities. We're looking forward to standing behind Councilmember Carrasco, Arenas, and Esparza in their leadership in stepping forward to try and express that. Thank you.
Okay, I called all of the names on the cards, so if you submitted a card and didn't hear your name, please make your way up front, but I'm going to go ahead and move to Zoom. Irene Schoberg.
Good evening. My name is Irene Schoberg, and I am a neighbor for over 45 years from the
Go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Irene Schoberg, and I have been a neighbor for over 45 years from the VEP area in Northern District 10. Please keep us with our fellow community members in District 10, where we share much in common with the Blossom Valley, Santa Teresa Foothills, and Almaden Valley. Our communities are intertwined in a way that allows for us to easily work together to better confront the issues we face. Please put people over politics. Keep VEP in District 10. Thank you very much.
Our in-person speaker, go ahead to the microphone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all the council member. I am very happy to be here with you today. So I am Jimmy Fan. I am a District 7 resident. I have been here since 1993. So I know about you and your guy all the time. Today we're here to tell you I am very strongly disagree what you do for our city. You know why? In my opinion, your guy go wrong way. Because if you get benefit for this community, you make other community down. We are not the sheep. You know, we are a very tiny, small minority community. Vietnamese, you know, communist refugee. We are very small community right here. But I hope you guys look over us to keep us go up. Please don't breast up now. That's why I need to talk to you. And then on the way, before I heard about you have two map, one community map and one utility map.
Thank you.
Yeah, you
Next
have
speaker.
but now you have one map and two.
Good evening. Kính thưa Hội đồng thành phố.
City Council members and Mr. Mayor.
Tôi tên là Mai Khanh Trần.
My name is Mai Khanh Trần.
Tôi là một cư dân của thành phố San Jose này đã 38 năm qua.
I'm the San Jose resident in this city for 38 years.
Tôi thấy rằng mọi sinh hoạt của cộng đồng đều nằm trong khu vực 5, 7 và 8.
I've seen that all of the activities are in District 5, 7, and 8.
Nếu bây giờ thành phố phân chia ra thì mọi sự sinh hoạt của đồng chúng tôi sẽ gặp rất nhiều khó khăn.
If the city of San Jose divide our community, we will have tough time ahead.
Do đó, hôm nay chúng tôi đến đây để đồng lòng cầu xin Hội đồng thành phố hãy giữ yên bản đồ như cũ để chúng tôi có cuộc sống yên ổn như xưa.
Therefore, we came here to urge you to keep the same map so that we still have the harmonious life as we have been having it.
Xin thành thật cảm ơn.
I thank you very much.
Paul Soto, followed by Deborah St. Julian.
Paul Soto, sixth generation Sahonero and a California native Mission Indian. The Chicano moratorium, and I hope that some Chicano here, puts a check on this. Okay, the Chicano moratorium, August 29th of 1970, was held in Los Angeles. What they did is they were protesting the fact that we were 5% of the population at the time, but yet we were 18% of the casualties. Why? Because Chicanos were being drafted and taken from the fields of San José City Hall, where they had no democracy, and were dying on the fields of Vietnam to give them democracy in their country. Yet we were denied that same democracy here in this city. We had the Chicano moratorium in 1970. Ruben Salazar and two Mexican immigrants were killed because we had stood up against our bodies being killed. What did the Vietnamese do? They came here and we absorbed them into our bodies. They weren't welcome in Will Glen or the Rose Garden, but we did, the Chicanos did, right here in Sanho. There needs to be some.
Deborah St. Julian, followed by Arconda.
My name is Deborah St. Julian, and I have lived in District 10 in the Parkview neighborhood for 36 years. As a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, I support drawing San Jose's electoral boundaries in a manner that does not suppress the votes of Latinx, African American, African ancestry, Asian and Indigenous residents and renters. As a result, I support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memoranda of the council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. Thank you.
Arconda, followed by Betsy Hammer Carr.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council. I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance and part of the Rio Coalition. I live in District 3 in the Japantown neighborhood. I strongly support San Jose district boundaries that do not suppress the votes of Latinx, African ancestry, Asian Pacific Islanders, Indigenous residents, and renters. The council map could violate the Voting Rights Act by cracking up communities of color in some of the most heavily Latinx, Asian, and African ancestry neighborhoods. Please support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memo from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. Thank you very much.
Betsy Hammer Carr, followed by a second Arconda. I'm going to see if it's the same person. Okay, no, he went away. Isabella Luong. So Betsy Hammer Carr, followed by Isabella Luong.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Betsy Hammercar, and I have lived in the Rose Garden neighborhood for 70 years. And in District 6, its districts became a thing. First, you did some great work tonight towards equitable housing in San Jose. But this agenda item is all about democracy. I encourage you to support the map from council members Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco, and to reject any changes that suppress votes of communities of color. Proposed changes would reduce renters' share of votes by 14% in District 6 by adding more of the Willow Glen neighborhood and cutting out the very diverse areas of Canoas. Renters are already struggling, so
Isabella Luong, followed by Maria Noel Fernandez.
Good evening. My name is Isabella Luong, and I'm a resident of District 6.
I am also a board member with VAR Vietnamese American Roundtable. I ask Council to support tonight's compromise map that includes recommendations from VAR, CC Poeta Collective, and Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet. VAR also supports the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet's recommendations relating to Districts 2, 6, 9, and 10. Splitting up communities in some of the most heavily Latino, Asian, and African ancestry neighborhoods dilutes our representation and can lead to the risk of further displacement and institutional neglect. We cannot stand by and allow that to happen. The stakes are high, and the way these districts are drawn will impact our livelihood, our representation, and our children for the next 10 years and beyond. We acknowledge Council's leadership in the difficult task of bringing a compromise to many of the different interests, and we hope that you will adopt the compromise map being proposed today. Thank you.
Maria Noel Fernandez, followed by Ryan Jones.
Good evening, Maria Noel Fernandez, Silicon Valley Rising Action. And when we joined together with a coalition of leaders to engage in this process, we did so with just one goal in mind: to reimagine the way we draw district lines in order to ensure fair representation for all, no matter who you are, the color of your skin, or what's in your wallet. And we did so by talking to our base, to communities of color, working families, renters, and members of the LGBTQ community in order to understand the wants and needs of our communities that are often forgotten. We work tirelessly, day in and day out, hundreds of people who have shown up to commission hearings, actions, emails, phone calls, public testimony. And what you have before you with Councilmember Cohen's proposal with recommendations from Councilmembers Carrasco, Esparza, Arenas, and Perales is in line with our goal. There's a lot of noise out there from conservative forces and from folks who plain out are trying to mislead communities and our electeds. My hope tonight is we break through all that and really own the fact that the lines we draw this year will impact us for the next decade. Do the right thing.
Ryan Jones, followed by Kim. Ryan Jones.
Yep, okay. Good evening, my name is Ryan Jones and I live in District 6 in the Downing Whitethorn neighborhood. I encourage you to support the map from Council Members Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco. This map brings together communities of interest in the South and Central San Jose, places like Canoa Gardens and Buena Vista, or Auburn and Seven Trees, to ensure an equal voice for every voter, every neighborhood, and every family. Council Members Davis and Mahon are proposing changes that would preserve voter suppression of Black and Brown voters in District 6 and District 10. Proposed changes by Council Members Mahon and Davis would constitute cracking of the Black, Asian, Latino communities by packing some of the whitest, wealthiest areas of San Jose into District 6, kicking out people of color living in rental housing. The proposed changes of District 6 would add more.
Kim, followed by Mary Helen Doherty.
Yes, my name is Kim Geptel, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart and a resident of District 6. I'm very concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of diverse communities of interest. As a result, I support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memoranda from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. The votes of Latinx, African ancestry, Asian, and Indigenous residents and renters who have suffered the most from voter suppression and racial disparities require your support. We must ensure a path forward so that every voter and every community has an equal voice and equitable resources. Thank you.
Mary Helen Doherty, followed by Nick Kawada.
Mary Helen Doherty, also a member of Surge at Sacred Heart and resident of Nagley Park in District 3. Like Kim, I am also very concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of diverse communities of interest. As a result, I support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memoranda from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. The votes of Latinx, African ancestry, Asian, and Indigenous residents and renters who have suffered the most from voter suppression and racial disparities require your support. We must ensure a path forward so that every voter and every community has an equal voice and equitable resources. Thank you.
Nick Kawada, followed by Brenda Zendejas.
Good evening. My name is Nick Kawada, and I live in District 4 in the Barry Essen neighborhood. As a member of the Real Coalition, I support drawing San Jose's electoral district boundaries in a manner that does not suppress the votes of Latinx, African ancestry, Asian, and Pacific Islanders, and Indigenous residents and renters. As a member of the AAPI community and one that has worked over a decade supporting immigrants and the newly naturalized, I support keeping communities of interest together to ensure their voices are represented and their interests are heard. And that is why I'm very concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of these underserved communities. I support the Cohen map and the changes from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. And thank you to those council members for listening to the community and hearing our concerns that the current map will adversely affect us for the next decade. Thank you for your consideration. Please support a map that does not in any way diminish the voices of residents who have long been placed at a disadvantage in our community.
Brenda Zendejas, followed by Bro Greg M.
Hello, thank you. My name is Brenda Sendejas. I'm an Eastside San Jose resident from District 5 and advocate. I just wanted to say that Eastside San Jose businesses is where everything has always fallen. We need to keep the businesses intact to work to create a thriving business district. These businesses are iconically East Side, and splitting them up is wrong. We should be working to unify the corridor and add to its resilience. Please keep the Alum Rock corridor part of District 5. And I'm also here to stand with everybody in solidarity that we have to support anything that my councilwoman Carrasco and Silvia Arenas have added to Cohen's memo. Thank you.
Bro Greg, followed by Jose Servin.
My name is Greg Miller, and I live in District 5. I encourage you to support the map from council members Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco, and to reject any changes that suppress votes of communities of color, because the city council should do its best to empower communities that have traditionally lacked a voice. The proposal from the council members would ensure Black, Asian, and Latino voters, renters, and working class neighborhoods have an equal say in our democracy, lifting up all voices instead of setting them against one another. The Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco map is a major improvement over the council map recommended during last week's meeting, especially in places like District 7 and 5, where the voice of Vietnamese and Latino voters would be restored. Overall, this map improves the political voice of Latino, Asian, and Black voters far more than any other map under consideration. Thank you.
Jose Servin, followed by Don Wynn.
Hello, my name is Jose Servin, and I'm the organizing director with the Services, Immigrant Rights, and Education Network. I'm here to speak today on behalf of the council map. I'm concerned for our base and the folks that we represent and we service, that the Latinx share of potential voters would be shrunk under the current map as compared to the Cohen map, especially in districts 2, 3, 5, and 6. I'm concerned that it will have the same effect on Asian voters and the Asian community by about 0.6% per district. And the fact that the proposed changes will dilute the density of the Latinx population, and specifically the Vietnamese American population in districts 5 and 7. And ultimately what this does is that it limits the power of the people who bring people to San Jose. Our communities are where it attracts people here, where we create the culture, and we'll fund and support the businesses that exist here. And so I ask that we please support the Cohen map with the edits made by
Don Wynn, followed by David.
Hello, my name is Don. I'm from District 5. I support tonight's compromise map that includes the recommendations of Vietnamese American Roundtable, CSET Poetep Collective, and Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet, including the recommendations relating to District 2, 6, 9, and 10. We want to strengthen the voices of ourselves and other Black, Indigenous, and people of color by standing together in solidarity, not to be used as an ethnic wedge to compete against each other. We can't stand by and allow a decrease in representation that might lead to further displacement and institutional neglect. The stakes are high. This will impact our livelihood and the ability for our children to grow up in a culturally rich community. This will impact the next decade and beyond. These stakes eclipse any short-term political gains. Lastly, some of these changes proposed by council members could possibly violate the Voting Rights Act by splitting up community colors in some of the most heavily African, Latinx, and Asian neighborhoods. I urge you to support the compromise map. Thank you.
David, followed by Tin Cow. David, go ahead.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm David Noel, President of Erickson Neighborhood Association at the border of Districts 9 and 10. Multiple urban villages are planned along Blossom Hill Road from Highway 85 to Cooser. We need them to be successful to help the marginalized. To ensure that those that are most impacted have a voice, please select Blossom Hill as the D9, D10 border and Snell as the D10, D2 border. If you must orient Districts 2 and 10, East and West, then please use Blossom Hill as their border near urban villages. Last year, voters rejected divisive politics at the national level. Let's do the same in San Jose. We should celebrate our diversity, not segregate it. We should select borders based on tangible features that affect everyone. Any council members who don't feel they can represent all residents equally should start looking for a new line of work. Next year, I challenge each of you to foster 5 new community associations to give your residents a voice. District 10 has a great template you can use. Let's create equity by rising all boats, not lowering them. Thank you.
Tin Cow, followed by Will Smith.
Good evening. My name is Tin Cao, and I am a resident of District 2. I joined the Vietnamese American Roundtable and the CC Collective to call all the San Jose City Council to substantially reserve the district boundaries and neighborhoods between districts 4, 5, 7, and 8. The way the districts are run will impact our livelihood and the ability for our children to grow up in a culturally rich community. And there was shockingly no Asian representation except through public comment and coalition building. This needs to be addressed in the future for our city-led policy efforts. Thank you.
Will Smith, followed by Krista De La Torre. Will?
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Will Smith. I'm a business representative for IBW 332. I'm also a resident of D7. Since Trump was voted out of office, we've been seeing a sweeping movement of suppression laws and voter suppression redistricting in San Jose, California, among tactics that are happening. That's why I urge this council to support the map by Councilmember Cohen, Esparza, Arenas, and Carrasco. I urge you to do this. We are suppressing the voters of color, Black voters, African American, Vietnamese, Latino. This is not okay. You guys are elected to be public officials, and as public officials, you should represent the public, and that's all of the public, including voices of color. I urge you to do the right thing.
Krista De La Torre, followed by Ben Vo.
Hi, my name is Krista De La Torre, and I am speaking in support of Council Members Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco's memo. Overall, the lines they suggest improve the political voice of renters, working class families, Latino, Asian, and Black voters far more than any other map currently being considered by the Council. The Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco map also present a way to ensure our communities have an equal say in our city's future over the course of the next decade. Their proposed district lines are a huge upgrade from the council map that was recommended during last week's city council meeting, which would effectively reduce the share of votes of renters by 14% in District 6 and poorly divide up rental communities in Districts 2 and 10 by forcing them into a north-south split. So I urge you today to support the Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco memo as it works to help ensure that all San Jose residents have an equal say in our democracy. Thank you.
Ben Vo, followed by Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Yes, hi, good evening, Council. Chào Hội đồng thành phố San Jose. Mình tên là Ben Nhỏ, hiện đang sống tại quận 2 của San Jose. Mình muốn trung tiếng nói với Vietnamese American Roundtable và CC Poetic Collective và yêu cầu các ranh giới sau đây được bảo tồn và giữ nguyên. Ranh giới giữa quận 4 và quận 5, ranh giới giữa quận 5 và quận 7, ranh giới giữa quận 7 và quận 8. Mình khuyên khuyến khích quý vị Hội đồng thành phố ủng hộ các memo của nghị viên Arenas, Esparza và Carrasco và từ chối bất kỳ thay đổi nào ngăn cản phiếu bầu của giai cấp công nhân và cộng đồng của mình. Cảm ơn. Thank you.
Ms. Rayan.
Lisa.
Oh, okay, we were looking for the interpreter. Go ahead, interpreter.
Hi, my name is Benvo, and I am living at the District 7, but today I just want the city council and mayor just thinking about the boundary between District 4, District 7, District 5 and 7, District 7 and District 8, and please help us to support the map and keep us together. Thank you.
Yes, I just urge the City Council to please take the map from Carrasco, Esparza, Arenas, and please don't, the Vietnamese community, don't get foolish by these people that trying to divide us. Don't do that. Stay with us. We have to stay together. This is all of us. Black community, the Mexican American community, the Vietnamese American community, it's all of us. Don't let us divide us, because dividing is conquering, and that's what they're trying to do. And let's not watch District 6, because she's running for mayor next year. So watch how whatever move she makes, she's trying to pack and do whatever is in her benefit. Remember, lady, this is not in your benefit. We're all gonna be watching. Don't let us divide us, because they're trying to divide us and they're trying to conquer us. Don't let that happen, okay? Listen to the elders, okay? Paul, you a badass, Paul Soto, okay? You bet, you good, man.
Paula, followed by Azucena Nava.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Paola Mondragon, and I live in District 5 in the East San Jose neighborhood. I'm part of the Si Se Puede collective, and I support drawing San Jose's electoral district boundaries in a manner that does not suppress the votes of Black, Latinx, Asian, and Indigenous residents and renters. I'm very concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of diverse communities of interest. I support the Vietnamese American Roundtable and Si Se Puede Collective's joint request to return to the present-day District 5 and 7 lines. I support the Unity Mappings Table support of the Cohen's map boundaries in South San Jose. And please reject Council Members Mahan's proposal, which would preserve voter suppression along the 2 and 10 boundary, and please reject Council Members' changes to the 6 and 10 boundary that further suppresses Black and Brown voters in District 6. Thank you, and please support a map that does not in any way diminish the voices.
Azucena Nava, followed by Atkinson Tran.
Hi, my name is Azucena, and I am speaking today as a San Jose resident of District 7 and community organizer with the nonprofit organization Siren. I'm very concerned that the current city council map suppresses diverse communities of interest, and I'm in support of the unity maps that has been proposed and created with careful considerations of the community values and interests in San Jose. As an organization that worked on the ground during the 2020 census to collect data and ensure completion of all households, we know that the unity map reflects appropriate representation of our communities between the districts without suppressing Black and Brown votes. Representation appropriately drawn is essential for our increasing population these next 10 years. We support the Vietnamese American Roundtable Si Se Puede Collective's joint request to return the present-day District 5 and 7 lines. We urge the City Council to use the Unity Map, which considers the diversity of residents and working families that will lead in the elections to come. Thank you.
Atkinson Tran, followed by Kimmy.
My name is Atkinson Tran, and I'm the president of the board of directors for the Vietnamese American Roundtable. I make this statement on behalf of our board. Redistricting has been a difficult and obscure process. It has led to confusion and conflicts where there should have not been. This process must be transparent in the future because redistricting can either elevate or eliminate our voices. While what has ultimately come out of this is compromise, what it took to get here was painful. During the San Jose redistricting process, there has shockingly been no Asian American representation on either the council or the commission. VAR serves a large monolingual community, and the efforts to include monolingual immigrant communities in this process has severely lacking. The only way that Asian Americans have been able to have their say has been through public comments and coalition building. We have 3 recommendations for improvement: stronger outreach to ensure that all communities can participate, inclusive appointments to all bodies that drive decisions, and easy access.
Kimmy, followed by Jose Villarreal.
This is Kimmy. I'm Asian American. I'm opposed to the changes made last week by Council Member Esparza that would suppress the voices of Asians in District 7. And I read a Spotlight article today that exposed the corruption of how Ocala was added to District 5 by the Unity Map creators and the District 5 commissioner in order to put a city council candidate into District 5. Based on that, everything about the Unity Map should be rejected. We should go back to the community map and get rid of those corrupted politicians. Thank you.
Jose, followed by Mac Young.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jose Villarreal, and I represent Change Santa Clara County. I've lived in San Jose for 33 years, and I live in District 4. I encourage you to support the Cohen map, and with the added changes from the 3 council members, Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco, reject any changes that suppresses votes of working people like communities like mine. Changes like the proposed redistricting ones by anti-workers council members Matt Mahan and Dev Davis, who would severely suppress the votes of working people and advance their special interest agenda, no matter how harmful to our communities. We only have one opportunity every 10 years to get this right. Please make the right decision. I yield my time.
Mac Young, followed by call-in user 4. Mac Young. Okay, we're going to move on to call-in user 4, followed by Philip Wynn.
Yeah, be careful. Carrasco, Arenas, Esparza, 3 strikes, you're out. Start moving statues. They start moving these lines on the board how you're going to vote and everything else. You think they're doing something good for you? Think again. Look what happened at the flea market. Yeah, they really helped you out there, huh? You know, you can't have unity unless you have a community, and the community map is what you need. And and you can clearly see that Asian people are being taken advantage of by these Democrat politicians. And I urge all the callers, all the Asian people who called in, God bless you for coming to America for a better life and escaping communism. And it seems as if it's coming back here. I hope that after this, that you guys really put pressure on the district attorney, Rosen, for the crimes that are happening against your people. It's wrong what's going on.
Philip Wynn, followed by Adriana.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and the San Jose City Council. I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with the person before me, but my name is Philip Nguyen, and I provide these remarks on behalf of the Vietnamese American Roundtable as its executive director. We thank this council for hearing our concerns and urge you to adopt the compromise map that is being proposed today by Council members Carrasco, Arenas, and Esparza that addresses the concerns of the Cisa Puede Collective, Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet, and the Vietnamese American Roundtable. Though the redistricting process has been painful, to say the least, our shared efforts to protect our communities have been affirmed by the new relationships made that we hope to continue to grow. We're so grateful for the Cisa Puede Collective and all of their members for partnering with us through this. Grail Family Services, Somos Mayfair, School of Arts and Culture, MHP, Vegilution, and Amigos de Guadalupe, to name a few. We're also so grateful for the allies who share in our goal of supporting and elevating communities of color, such as the Asian Law Alliance, the NAACP, Vivo, ICANN, Step Forward Foundation, Voices of Vietnamese Americans Association, the Viet Museum, NorCal UVSA, and so many others. And thank you so much for listening to our concerns.
Adriana, followed by Jenny Doe.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I want to give my appreciation to the leadership behind this beautiful work and abundance of love for the unity of our gente, to the Vietnamese American Roundtable and the Si Se Puede Collective. I encourage you to support the memo from Council Members Arenas, Esparza, y Carrasco aligning racial equity for the future, and to reject the council map that proposes changes that suppress vote of working people and working renters such as myself. My name is Adriana Garcia, Chicana living in District 7 in the Seven Trees Barrio, former resident of the area known as El Gallo Colorado and member of my San Jose. I'm a mother of color dreaming that in our son's future, he can claim a Sanjo as a place he can call home, can afford to live here and have political clout, that he can vote as a biracial, multicultural, multi-ethnic resident of the 408. I will ensure to let him know how you voted today and how exactly in 10 years, he will have the power to organize for a map that ensures even more equity and justice for historically oppressed people. Please.
Jenny Doe, followed by Empuje Organizing.
Hello, mayors and council members. I'm Jenny Doe, resident of D3, executive director of Friends of Hue. I know this is a tough job, and I really appreciate your leadership. I ask that for your wisdom to do the right thing. I'm here in solidarity to support votes that do not suppress voting rights for all the minorities. Therefore, I urge that you should vote for the Cohen's map with the modification made outlined today in the memos of council members Carrasco, Esparza, and Arenas. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Tilsa Gonzalez. I am part of the District 5 resident. I am here to join our Vietnamese American Roundtable and the Si Se Puede Collective to call on the San Jose City Council to substantially preserve the district boundaries and neighborhoods between District 4, 5, 7, and 8. We want to strengthen the voices of ourselves and other Black, Indigenous, and people of color by standing together in solidarity. We cannot stand by and allow a decrease in representation that might lead to further displacement and institutional neglect. Support us. Thank you and have a really good evening.
Lauren Renaud, followed by Kien Vuong.
Hi, my name is Lauren Renaud, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, showing up for racial justice. I am concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of diverse communities of interest. I support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memoranda from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. The voices of Latinx, African and African ancestry, Asian and Indigenous residents, and renters who have suffered the most from voter suppression over the years and racial disparities require your support. Don't crack and split communities of color and dilute those voices. Thank you.
Kien Vuong, followed by Linda Nguyen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Quinn Vong, Executive Director of ICANN. As a member of the Real Coalition, I support maps that do not suppress the votes of all minorities, ethnic and economic minorities. I support the compromise map, which is the Cohen map, with the changes outlined in the memoranda from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. This map is also supported by the Vietnamese American Roundtable, Si Se Puede Collective, and the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet. I am inspired to see the minority communities working together for the collective gains of communities of colors. Redistricting impacts us for the next 10 years. And ICANN and other CBOs have worked so hard to try to get the Vietnamese American to get counted in Census 2020. Therefore, we do not want to be diluted this time by redistricting. Support the compromise map, please.
Linda, followed by Tammy Denota.
Hello, this is Linda Nguyen. I'm a proud longtime resident of District 7 and VAR board member. I support the Vietnamese American Roundtable and Si Se Puede Collective's demands to preserve the district boundaries between 4, 5, 7, and 8. I also support the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet's recommendations relating to District 2, 6, 9, and 10. In solidarity, we should strive beyond benefits to individual and individual communities to focus on what we can achieve together. We should strengthen the voices of communities of color. San Jose speaks much about equity and needs to turn that into action. I'm disappointed that the council would play into such a divide and conquer strategy between the Asian and Latinx communities. This process has had no representation of Asian Americans on either the council or the commission, yet we represent 38% of San Jose. Redistricting has been painful and led to much confusion and conflicts unnecessarily. These issues need to be addressed in the future for all city-led efforts. Thank you so much for your leadership in this.
Tammy Denoda, followed by Sam Sao. Tammy?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tammy Denoda. I was born and raised in Evergreen in District 8 and now homeowner in District 8. I encourage you to support the memo from Council members Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco and reject any changes that suppress votes of working people and communities like mine, because this map represents a way to ensure our communities have an equal say in our city's future for the next decade without setting racial or ethnic groups unnecessarily against one another. This map is a major improvement over the council map recommendation during last week's meeting, especially in places like District 7 and 5, where the voice of Vietnamese and Latino voters would be restored. Overall, this map improves the political voice of all voters far more than any other map under consideration. It's important to keep our community together and diverse and strong, and people have a way to voice their votes equally. Thank you so much.
Sam, followed by Hector Moreno.
Thank you. My name is Sam Sayu. I live in District 8 in the Reed Hillview area where I've been located for the past 35 years. California, born and bred, longtime resident of the San Jose area, and currently a member of the Federation of Retired Union Members. And I'd like to ask Mayor Liccardo, members of the council, to please support the recommendation of my council member, Arenas, as well as council members Carrasco and Esparza, and vote for that map. And as has been said earlier this evening by many, please do the right thing. Thank you.
Hector Moreno, followed by Carmen B.
Good evening, members of the council. Hector Moreno, a resident of District 8, born and raised in District 5. I'm here in support of the Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas map, and I hope that you do as well. So thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Carmen B., followed by Jill Borders.
My name is Carmen Brammer. I live in District 8. I'm a member of the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet and the Real Coalition. I support drawing San Jose's electoral district boundaries so that it does not suppress the votes of Latinx, African ancestry, Asian, and Indigenous residents and renters. It is extremely concerning that the current council map stifles the voices of diverse communities. Shockingly, the council map reduces our African ancestry voter share by 0.5 point per district, which amounts to a 14% real cut to our voting voice in districts 1 through 8. I support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memorandum from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. Thank you.
Jill Borders, followed by Greg Bustos.
Hi, my name is Jill Borders. I live in the Imperial Estates Mobile Home Park in District 10, and I was really upset by what I heard last week when Council Member Jimenez and Council Member Mahan had a discussion in the evening in which they agreed on the boundaries of District 2 and 10, only to wake up the next morning when I went online again to find out that Council Member Jimenez decided that those relationships that he had with the principal at Santa Teresa and the football team and the students there, I guess that didn't matter that much. The people that emailed you and let you have it, I guess those people mattered more. And so while that might not seem very fair, I think that what happened that night and then the next morning, that was not fair. And so I would like to see us maintain the District 10 and 2 boundaries. I also want to quickly point out that Silicon Valley Rising appears to me to be sending out letters that are rude and divisive. Thank you.
Greg Bustos, followed by Cam Coulter.
Hi, City Council. My name is Greg Bustos, and I live in District 2 in South San Jose. I believe we should draw our city's electoral map using Councilmember Cohen's proposed lines in South San Jose Districts 2, 10, 6, and 9. We should reject Councilmember changes that suppress votes of communities of interest. The proposal by Councilmember Mann to turn the previous district lines to District 2 and District 10 would be a significant blow to Black, Latino, and Asian voters and renters in South San Jose, which continue to have their votes suppressed by current district lines. Mann's proposal would bring together parts of District 2 and 10 that share little in common demographically. This means that we are not keeping together communities of interest. Thank you.
Cam Coulter, followed by Edmundo Escargega.
Good evening. My name is Cam Coulter, and I live in District 2 in the Oak Grove neighborhood. I work at Hope Services, and I attend Almaden Hills United Methodist Church. I encourage you to support the map from Council Members Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco, and to reject any changes that suppress votes from communities of color. Please ensure that Black, Asian, and Latina voters have an equal say in our democracy. Please ensure that renters and working class neighborhoods have an equal say in our democracy. Thank you.
Edmundo, followed by Jeffrey Buchanan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose. I currently live in District 2. My extended family lives in District 3. I support the council member Cohen's proposed lines in South San Jose, District 2, 10, 6, and 9. We need to reject changes that suppress votes of communities of interest, including changes proposed at the city council meeting. We need to ensure that all of our votes have equal weight, each of our voices equal stature, and each of our communities equal resources in order to create a more equitable and just city for our Black, Latino, Asian, and Indigenous neighbors. Please support Councilmember Cohen's proposed lines. Thank you.
Jeffrey Buchanan, followed by Marnie Kamzen.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Silicon Valley Rising Action. You know, this evening, before this item, I came back from a school board meeting in a part of District 6 where 90% of the students are low income, foster youth or English learners. And I just have to say, you know, representing these working families here in the community of Burbank, when I see efforts like the effort of Councilmember Deb Davis to draw a district line between 6 and 9 that explicitly carves out among a sea of the whitest of white census blocks in the city of San Jose, then draws a line explicitly trying to carve out densely Asian, Latino, and Black neighborhoods in Conowas Gardens, neighborhoods where I've spent 5 years working and talking with neighbors. It's really quite shocking and alarming. And for that reason, I hope that you support the Cohen map with the changes supported by Councilmembers Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco and move us forward.
Marnie Kamzen, followed by Maria. Marnie? Okay, we're gonna, go ahead. Sorry, Marnie, please unmute again. We just accidentally muted you.
Okay, could you start the clock again,
Yes,
please?
I will.
Thank you. Okay, I've been involved with the redistricting process for a few months now. I've seen the maps proposed by the commissioners and watched the sparks between the misnamed unity map and the aptly named community map. All three maps were brought to the council, who then last week threw out all the months of work and totally grueling meetings. The council created their own map, but then today a new memo changed it. Why was the community asked to participate in a months-long process only to have all that work thrown out? How is it allowable that a memo is posted the morning of the meeting with no time for people to understand it? And how the heck have so many people learned of this memo in such a short period of time? Is it possible that the memo was written with help from outside the council who then told all their membership? If this map and the memo was so good for the Vietnamese community, why are so many calling in to protest it? The community map was a good solution with a huge amount of support.
Maria, followed by Victor Sin. Maria? Okay, we're going to move on to Victor Sin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Victor Sin, and I live in District 4 in the Berryessa neighborhood. As a member of the Real Coalition, I support drawing San Jose's electoral district boundaries in a manner that does not suppress the votes of Latinx, African ancestry, Asian, and Indigenous residents and renters. I'm very concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of diverse communities of interest. As a result, I support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memoranda from council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. Please support a map that does not in any way diminish the voices of residents who have long been placed at a disadvantage in our community. Thank you.
Paul Fong, followed by David Beanie.
Thank you. I strongly support the map by Sylvia Arenas, Maya Esparza, and Ms. Carrasco, council members, because they preserve the purpose of the unity map. The city council should do its best to empower communities that have traditionally lacked a voice. The proposal from the council members would ensure Black, Asian, and Latinx voters, renters, and working class neighborhoods would have an equal say in our democracy, lifting up all voices instead of setting them against each other. Now, I've been working in developing the Asian American community most of my life. Asian voters, more than any other map in the council, has considered this map increases the voice of Asian voters. In fact, the most densely Asian districts, the share of Asian voters jumped by 1 point on average, much higher than the community map, council map, or commissioner's map, which continue to be touted by baseless claims of.
David, followed by Dr. Forrest Peterson.
Hi, this is David Beanie, representing the Building Trades Council. I am a resident of District 9. Our council is in strong support of the electoral map that uses Councilmember Cohen's proposed lines, as many have said, in South San Jose, Districts 2 and 10 and 6 and 9, with the added changes in the memos of Councilmembers Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. This map configuration will unravel the gerrymandering of earlier generations and will rebalance our city council districts for better representation. Civil rights groups and cultural organizations have been telling us for years about equity and the steps to achieve it, and now is not the time to ignore these voices. The fate of our communities for the next 10 years and beyond depends on our attention to these voices. I urge you to support equity of representation based on our population of today. I urge you to support the map with these proposed lines. Thank you.
Dr. Forrest Peterson, followed by Ingrid Moult.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Dr. Forrest Peterson. I support the map from Council members Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco. I'm a research associate at the Center for Integrated Facility Engineering at Stanford University. As part of my research, for the last 5 years, I have hosted a dual enrollment construction technology program at Eastside Union High Schools. While I was born in San Jose, my students have taught me more about our community. This is not your 1970s construction class. My students learned about historical uses of redlining and infrastructure to oppress populations by design. I've seen it myself. As an engineer, I saw a planned pedestrian bridge removed from a West Coast city's renewal plan so to block off a working class community. My students can explain where their redline communities are. It is openly visible even to teenagers that just learned the concept. Please create a just San Jose that represents the people of the community. Please support the Arenas.
Ingrid Molt, followed by Charlie. Ingrid?
Yeah, sorry about that. Hello, my name is Ingrid Mould, and I'm a resident of this county, and I'm supporting Councilmember Cohen's map with the changes documented by the memo by Arena Esparza and Carrasco council members. Please do not disenfranchise San Jose's hardworking and tax-paying minority. Don't redistrict to silence minorities, to appease rich white property owners and other political interests. Not concerned with working families who actually are the foundation of San Jose's community. Thank you.
Charlie, followed by Maricela.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Charlie Friedrichs. At the start of this session, I heard Chris say that the current council map needs adjustment at the borders of District 10. In making the adjustments, I request that you keep the VEP neighborhood in District 10. Thank you.
Maricela, followed by Mac Young. Maricela?
Good evening. My name is Maricela Gutierrez, and I'm the executive director of Siren, which serves the San Jose community for almost 34 years. And I'm here just to elevate the request that many have brought together today, which is requesting a support for the memo that was proposed by council members Carrasco, Esparza, and Arenas to just ensure more equity, equity for working class people here in San Jose, working class people that represent immigrants and refugee undocumented communities that don't have voting power in this city, but would be disenfranchised by the proposed maps. And so for Siren, it's very important that our communities are fully represented. We provide free legal services for our community, and we know the needs that matter for them and how much there is a need for clear representation, and that we have elected officials that represent and look like them.
Mac Young, followed by Sal Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mac Young. I'm here to support Councilmember Arenas, Esparza, and Carrasco on their proposal for the district mapping. Provided we'll be cracking the Black, Asian, and Latino communities and elevating racial profiling. And we'll be supporting the we'll be suppressing the renters. We'll be suppressing the renters' vote. So, as everybody else has said this evening, I strongly support the map of the redistricting that put forward by the 3 council members. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Sal Ramos, followed by Mylan Pham.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Saul Ramos, co-executive director with Somos Mayfair and a member of the Si Se Puede Collective. As a grassroots organization, we have tasked ourselves to ensure our community voices are heard, that we are seen, that the power of Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and Black communities is not jeopardized. Democracy will remain an aspiration until the voices of people of color and intentionally suppressed communities are uplifted and validated. We can start with your courageous leadership and your ability to respond tonight. As an organization and as a collective with an impressive number of allies in San Jose, which you have heard tonight, we are in full support of the Cohen map with the outline changes proposed in the memo drafted by council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Mylan Pham, followed by Gabriella.
Good evening. My name is Mylan Pham, and I'm the CEO of Asian American Center of Santa Clara County. I lived in District 9 in the Thousand Oaks area, and as a member of the Real Coalition, I support drawing San Jose's electoral district boundaries in a manner that does not suppress the votes of Latin, African American, ancestry Asian and indigenous residents and renters. At last meeting, Mayor Sam Ricardo was mentioned about the concern of not having the Asian represent, at the council, and I truly appreciate him for saying that. So I urge that make sure that any map that draw should include all the voices of diverse community of interest. Thank you for your consideration, and please support a map that does not in any way diminish the voices of residents who have long been placed at a disadvantage in our community. Thank you.
Gabriella, followed by Camille.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Garzon Gupta, and I live in District 9 of San Jose. I'm calling in support of drawing San Jose's electoral district boundaries in a way that does not suppress the votes of those that are most vulnerable in our city, such as those BIPOC voices and renters. I am really concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of these diverse communities of interest, especially renters. This council talks a lot about the housing crisis, but this is an opportunity to act on our words by actually empowering renters to have a voice. Relating to the 210 boundary, the percentage of renters along that west-east split is much closer than the percentage of renters along the north-south split. And as a result, I am calling to support the Cohen map with the change, as well as the changes that are outlined in the memoranda by council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. Thank you so much.
Camille, followed by Blair Beekman.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Camille Yanis Fontanilla, and I live in District 5 in the McCullough neighborhood. I support drawing San Jose electoral district boundaries in a manner that does not suppress the voters of Latinx, African ancestry, Asian, and Indigenous residents and renters. I'm very concerned that the current council map suppresses the voices of diverse communities of interest, and as a result, I support the Cohen map with the changes outlined in the memorandum by council members Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza. I want to specifically uplift the work of the Black Kitchen Cabinet, the Vietnamese American Roundtable, the CISA Collective, and the Real Coalition, and many residents and grassroots leaders who have lended their time, talent, and voice to this process. The work of these organizations, leaders, and residents demonstrate what solidarity means. It means that we support and elevate each other. It does not come at the expense of one community of color to benefit in another. In solidarity, we strive to go beyond the benefits of individuals and individual communities to focus on what we can.
Blair Beekman, followed by Maria.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. It was spoken last week that, each district has a certain, like a majority understanding in how it will be focused in the future. So like districts 5 and 3 were more Latin American, districts 6, 9, and 10 were more Caucasian, and districts 4, 8, and 7 were more Asian. What will districts 1 and 2, what are the majority lead for those districts? And, just a good luck in how we can balance. I think, the current Carrasco maps are trying to balance issues to create a better balance. And hopefully that can be acceptable for ourselves. It takes work and effort to do that. Good luck how we do that. District 7, I feel, there's just a lot of different groups that can offer good ideas to the future of our lives. Basically, good luck in our efforts to love each other. Thanks.
Maria, followed by Phyllis Pryor.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Maria Rocha, and I live in District 7. The maps of Districts 5, 7, and 8 would increase the underrepresented voices of renters and working families in our local democracy while keeping our communities in places like East and Central San Jose as a whole. At a time in which communities of color, renters, and working people continue to be pushed out of San Jose to rising rents here in the Bay Area and moving to other counties, commuting for over 6 hours a day, it's not right and it's not fair. We cannot make back what we cannot move backwards in racial and economic justice. We must push for the future in which every person living in San Jose is equally heard. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Phyllis, followed by Kirk Vartan. Phyllis Pryor. Okay, moving on to Kirk Vartan.
Yeah, hi, Kirk Vartan. I'm in District 6, and I would like to express support for the commission plan, which was formerly the D4 plan for District 6. The community plan is also acceptable. The unity plan, however, is completely unacceptable as it divides our current neighborhood into two pieces, which is something that I think the commission strives to not do. So the unity plan absolutely breaks our neighborhood in half, bad idea. And the commission plan seems to be the most desirable for keeping our neighborhood intact and keeping our relationships with our current council member, as well as the local community and businesses there. So I would stress that for D6, you go with the commission plan. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, thank you. I note that we're now past 11 o'clock and very close to the witching hour. So I would, after talking to a couple of colleagues in my Brown Act at least, want to suggest we take a break now rather than doing so in the middle of discussion and start first thing tomorrow at 9 a.m. In the hope that we can get this done in the morning and hopefully have motion that will conclude this with a majority vote. So that's why I propose. Are there any objections to that?
So moved.
Okay, what I would ask then is that this not be an adjournment because we are merely continuing this hearing. Public comment is now closed and we're simply going to move forward with council discussion and a vote. All right, do we need a vote on that or do we just do it, Nora?
Well, but it's good to have a vote.
All right, we're going to vote to continue the hearing. Is that correct, Vice Mayor? To continue?
That is correct.
All right, let's do it.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
No.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye. And Councilman Reyes, I do see your hand is up, so happy to go to you first thing tomorrow morning. All right, so we will then recess until tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone.